All right, we're now streaming.
Okay. Good evening and welcome to the Marquette City Planning Commission for Tuesday, June 1st, 2021.
Oh,
Was that me?
no, that was this.
Okay. Okay, sorry about that. Let's start with roll call. Commissioner Andres,
Present.
Commissioner Primo,
Here.
Commissioner Dunn,
Here.
Commissioner Middlefelt,
Here.
Commissioner Larson,
Here.
and Commissioner Cardillo is present. We have our agenda. I know there are some correspondence that needs to get added, Andrea, but in terms of items,
Yes, all cases had additional correspondence, and then I accidentally placed correspondence from Igor Popovic in the PUD case, and it actually should be in the 04 SUP 0621.
okay. So with
Ms.
that,
Chair, it bears mentioning that we have one excused absence tonight. That's Mr. Brooks.
okay, thank you. Does somebody want to make a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve the agenda with the slight changes.
Support. Andrus.
Commissioner Larson makes the motion. Commissioner Andrus in support. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries. We have our minutes from 5/4/2021. Does anybody have any comments or alterations they'd like inserted? Everybody's happy with them? In that case, we can approve the minutes by consensus. At this point, we have our conflict of interest. I'll start that out. I'll be stepping out of the second item, the SUP. And if anybody else has any conflict of interest, please let us know. Do I need to state the reason why, Dave?
I think that's probably a good idea, just to clarify.
Just Studio Rad, the architecture firm my husband and I run, did the application and was hired by the applicant in this case. So Joe Robb, my partner, will be presenting with the applicant. Okay, moving on, we can start our public hearings. So our first item is 01 PUD 0509A8, amendment to the Picnic Rocks planned unit development located at 1001 Lakeshore Boulevard and 1301-1317 Picnic Rocks Drive. Andrea?
Okay. Julie Bowerman, Lakeshore Residence LLC and Picnic Rocks Point Association are seeking approval and amendment to their previously approved planned unit development consisting of 15 residential units in the form of single-family dwellings. They're requesting to revise paragraph 7.6 codes and ordinances of the PUD master deed. It states that in addition to the construction requirements in this section, all building and other structures must comply with applicable building and other structures must applicable building or building, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing codes of the applicable jurisdictions in effect when the building or structure is erected. They would like it to read that in addition to the construction requirements in this section, all buildings and other structures must comply with the applicable building, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing codes of the applicable jurisdictions in effect when the building or structure is erected, with an exception to permit the existing 6-foot-high closed construction vinyl fence on lot number 9 to remain in place. The Planning Commission will review the request and send a recommendation to the City Commission. We have again stated the excerpt from the PUD master deed paragraph, and then also the section of the code that states that a fence or a wall shall not exceed 4 feet in height if it's located in the side or front yard, and it can't be more than 50% of solid matter. Lots 1 through 9 of the Picnic Rocks PUD are what's known as through lots, as they front on Picnic Rocks Drive and Lakeshore Park Place Drive. So they have 2 front yards and 2 side yards. So per the land development code, you can only have a 6-foot high closed construction fence in a rear yard, and these lots do not have rear yards. Attached to the agenda was the PUD application and the support material, which I'll show on screen, from Julie Bowerman. The homeowners association letter. Again, the homeowners association letter, another one, photos. And then the master deeds. And then the first amended master deed document, the area map of the planned unit development, the block map of the planned unit development, photos of 1301 Picnic Rocks Drive with the fence, and then correspondence that we received prior to posting the agenda. And this is the correspondence that's supposed to go to the special land use case, this one here. And then we did receive additional correspondence that we will have to read into the record. So one from a Rachel Allwarden received today. I am writing to express my support for the PUD change at 1301 Picnic Rocks Drive to keep the existing fence on the property. I'm in the area almost daily and have been using the sidewalk and bike path in front of this house for over a year. In that time, I have not seen nor been made aware of any safety concerns regarding this fence. It looks professional and complements the house and neighborhood. Please take into account my comments and allow the PUD change. Thank you, Rachel Allwarden.
We have, Andrew and I are going to take turns reading these. We have a lot of reading to do. So we have a letter from Lee Marana of 413 East College Avenue, written on Monday, the 31st. I'm writing as a neighbor affected by the PUD change at 1301 Picnic Rocks Drive. I fully support keeping the existing fence on this property. It does not pose a safety issue for traffic or pedestrians, and unlike the condos behind it, does not block anyone's view of the lake. I know the homeowner took responsibility to ask and was approved by our homeowners association board to get a variance for a 6-foot fence on this property before building, as I used to live next door to her, and the dog would occasionally jump the fence into my yard while she was working, especially in the winter. She took care of this issue by putting up a 6-foot fence to keep the dog safely contained. Please consider approving this PUD change. Thank you. Lee Marana.
From a Penny Barney received today. Hello, I'm writing to express concern regarding the area near the Bowerman residence across the street from Picnic Rocks. My husband and I frequent that area while out walking and running and use the sidewalk and prefer the fencing to stay the same. It's not a problem and looks nice. Please consider other better uses of the city's times and resources by focusing on the areas that need to be cleaned up. It can only be a blessing for our city's areas of blight to have fencing as nice as the Bowermans. Thank you for your consideration. Penny Barney, 339 Jackson Street.
From Jeannie Wagner. Actually, that's the email address. I Chung and Grace Chen of 1279 Lakeshore Park Place, apartment PA, wrote, as affected property owners at 1279 Lakeshore Park Place, apartment PA, we are not in support of the fence at lot number 9 of Picnic Rocks development. The fence does not meet the city of Marquette requirements. The fence has a negative impact on the aesthetics of the neighborhood and obscures the view of the lake for several residents at Lakeshore Park Place. 3, the fence was constructed prior to obtaining proper permits. And 4, approval of this amendment would set a precedent for other homeowners in the Picnic Rocks development to construct a fence of a similar manner, which would negatively impact the aesthetics of the area. Respectfully submitted, I, Chung, and Grace Chen.
From David and to Brule, Andrea, as neighbors, Thu and I support Julie Bowerman's request to amend the Picnic Rocks PUD to allow her to retain the 6-foot fence she built in her backyard. That's it.
Okay, is that's
Oh, no,
everything?
that was just letting Dave know to go.
Dave, you're on mute.
From Nancy Semenoff, who lives in the Picnic Rocks. Oh, here's the address, 1314 Picnic Rocks Drive. I'm writing in response to Jay Bowerman's letter of April 26, 2021 to the Planning Commission. As the second resident, in quotes, in 2014 on Picnic Rocks Drive, second resident on Picnic Rocks Drive, my expectation is to reside in a neighborhood where residents respect each other and subscribe to an association bylaws and city ordinances. Jay Bowerman's letter of April 26, 2021 contains several inaccuracies and an unfounded allegation against me. As commission members, you have the right to accurate documented information available upon request in your deliberations. And I should not be vilified for standing on principle. 1, the current fence was not approved by the homeowners association with any formal action. 2, the allegation that I have been causing problems for this development on every issue is false and obviously publicly defamatory. Evidently subscribing to city and condominium documented expectations is considered problematic to those who want to exercise their free will. 3, citing the association board was unaware that they could legally approve this fence is nonsense. The association's bylaws are clear regarding the need to comply with city ordinances. In quotes, if the association board had infinite power, we could approve a water tower in each yard, for example. 4, noting the builder was not aware he needed a separate fence permit, attempts to absolve Jay Bowerman of her personal responsibility in the building process. The expectation here is that one can build something, expect city officials not to take any immediate action, and then have neighbors claim the built item is acceptable. Furthermore, Jay Bowerman's excuse that she did not have funds to secure a permit as an acceptable reason for inaction is spurious. The permit should have been secured in 2019 before building. Attempts have been made to discuss this issue with Jay Bowerman to explore alternative solutions. She declined. I have 2 rescue cats. I understand the need to be concerned about their care. My neighbor has dogs, but did not expect the neighborhood to accommodate these dogs. We make personal choices in our lives, in this instance, adopting a pet. That kind action should not require city officials, city boards, or neighbors to change bylaws and ordinances to accommodate the individual's choice. Hopefully, decisions by the commission are not made based on emotional appeal, personal attacks, or threats to one's welfare. A documented police report exists regarding a previous decision related to Picnic Rocks Point where Marquette residents stood on principle and were threatened. Reasonable people can work together to find reasonable solutions without setting precedents for future requests seeking forgiveness rather than permission after the fact. Again, the Planning Commission's response to this request will set a precedent for additional requested changes to this PUD that likely will be filed in the near future. Respectfully, Nancy E. Semenoff.
Andrea,
Sorry.
you're on mute.
I just noticed that. From Dan Keller, Picnic Rocks Point Board Member, 105 South Lakeshore Boulevard. I wish to give my full support to Julie Bowerman as developer's agent, board member, and I designed the Picnic Rocks Point condos. The fence is set back from the line of sight for the safe turning at private drive. The southeast corner of the fence steps down for a nice style. The big pine tree is a big buffer. The condo is clustered just to the southwest of Julie's home orientation, faces west, not east. I believe the city ruling for 4.5 feet and not a 6-foot fence issues due to a corner lot that abuts 2 streets. Julie's lot setback is a good distance from the street corner. Both private drives have good line of sight. The fence, in my opinion fits with this neighborhood mix and is made of higher quality materials, which looks good in my opinion. I hope the PUD board will take a few minutes to visit the location and get a feel for this specific site orientation.
Okay, from Derek Parker, owner of Parker and Sons Properties of 955 North Lakeshore Boulevard, Marquette. Andrea, I am writing this letter in support of the PUD change to keep the existing fence at 1301 Picnic Rocks Drive. As a business owner in the area, I support this fence remaining as is. The fence is done tastefully, reflects the design of the house, and is visually pleasing. Thank you, Derek Parker.
From Heather Pickett. Dear Miss Landers, I'm writing to express my support for the PUD change at 1301 Picnic Rocks Drive to keep the existing fence on the property. I frequently use the sidewalk and bike path in front of this house. Personally, I quite like the look of the fence. It goes with the house and aesthetic of the surrounding properties. It poses no safety concerns as far as I or any of my friends in the neighborhood can tell. Please take into account my comments and allow the PUD change. Thank you in advance for your consideration.
From Lori Malnor, 1401, excuse me, Lori Malnor of 1301 Picnic Rocks Drive. I am writing to express my support for the PUD change at 1301 Picnic Rocks Drive to keep the existing fence on the property. I am in the area almost daily and have been using the sidewalk and bike path in front of this house for over a year. In that time, I've not seen nor been made aware of any safety concerns regarding this fence. It looks professional and complements the house and neighborhood. Please take into account my comments and allow the PUD change. Thank you, Lori Manlor.
Today, I received pictures from Julie Bowerman. I'm going to show them on screen.
I do have one more correspondence letter, Andrea.
Yeah, I have this and another piece of correspondence.
Okay.
All right, that's it with the pictures, Dave.
From Ken and Sue Shawlin of 975 North Lakeshore Boulevard. Dear Planning Commission, this is Ken and Sue Shawlin, owners and innkeepers of Nestle Down Bed and Breakfast. We are nearby neighbors to Julie Bowerman, and her fence is directly north of our inn. We have a full view of it across our yard. We see Julie Bowerman as a good neighbor in building the fence. Her motivation and need to keep good track of her dog, provide a secure yard that is private, and one that would minimize aggravation for people, cars, and other dogs is going by is effective and appreciated here at Nestledown. Ken and I do see that the fence doesn't meet the city fence ordinance. It may cause others to want fences of their own if Julie is not penalized and asked to take down the fence. Sure, these are thoughts out there in the neighborhood, but is this the right thing to do? Is this the most neighborly way to proceed? The fence is built, materials and labor have been used and spent. It would be shameful and costly to destroy what was already in place. It is our understanding the fence was not built with malice towards the permitting process or Picnic Rocks Point Association. Mistakes were made, as they often are in a building project. We're asking for empathy and understanding on Julie's behalf, and that the amendment to the Picnic Rocks Planning and Development be allowed. Thank you for serving. Sincerely, Ken and Sue Shawlin.
Today, we received 33 pieces of correspondence that was in a form letter. So I'm just going to read the form letter and then I'll read the names and addresses. And some of the names were guesses because some people just signed and did not actually print their name. And there was one that didn't put an address. So here's the form letter. Dear Andrea Landers, I'm writing this letter in support of the PUD amendment allowing the 6-foot vinyl fence on the property at 1301 Picnic Rocks Drive. I write as a member of the community who frequently uses the bike path and the sidewalk on the Lakeshore Boulevard side of the property. This fence is clean, new, and professionally built, which is more than I can say for many other fences in the area. This fence does not obstruct the visibility of the road or pedestrians on the sidewalk, as there is a very large tree in front of this fence. The fence is also placed at a safe distance from the road and private drive as to not be an obstruction, and was aligned properly as to not obstruct any views of the lake more than the house already does. As a member of this community, I appreciate that the fence offers safe protection from the dog that lives at 1301 Picnic Rocks Drive. It is often unnerving to walk past a property that has a large dog without a fence, and I worry that I worry if that dog is going to run at me when I am walking. It is equally unnerving when a large dog can fit a head through the fence slots or put feet on top of the fence and bark as I pass by. I never know if it will be able to break through or jump the fence and attack. I believe this fence is an asset to the community and helps everyone using the area for recreation to feel safer. Please consider my comments and take the time to look at the fence in person and see that it is not an obstruction to any views. Thank you for your time and consideration. So Thomas Debelak, that's a guess because this was one that didn't print a name, for at 112 East Prospect Street, apartment 1. Sarah K. Reynolds at 426 West Crescent. Angela Hill at 1200 Waldo. Occupant at 611 North 3rd Street. They actually didn't, they signed a name and we just can't even read it. My apologies. John Mara, 318 East Park Street. Nicole Limbach at 1201 Albion. TJ Carpenter, 520 Fisher Street. Pat Sarate at 348 East Hewitt Avenue. Joanne Jones at 1613 West Avenue. Jessica Darcy, third base bar owner. Scott Odoin at 1534 West Ridge, apartment number 14. Michael Maring at 421 East Ridge Street. Shelley K. Morley did not provide an address. Steve Kelly, 123 East Ridge Street. Paul Grant at 112 East Ridge Street. Doreen Friend at 107 North Lakeshore, number 2B. Leslie Serrati at 352 East Hewitt Avenue. S. Stang at 103 North Lakeshore Boulevard. Sarah Sanderson, 312 East Prospect Street, and Nick Sanderson, 312 East Prospect Street, apartment number 2. They both signed on the same form letter. N. Stang at 622 North 3rd Street. Laura McLaurin at 113 East Michigan Street. And the last name is Ozier, but we couldn't identify the signature of the first name, at 60 Elder Drive. Chris Ozier at 315 East College Avenue. Maggie Chapin at 1413 Birch Avenue. Tori Carey at 325 West Park Street. Adam Poole at 923 North 3rd Street. Deb DeMatti at 244 Rock Street. Alexander Scott at 2817 Cedarville Drive, apartment number 2. Sarah Stabil at 1603 West Fair Avenue. Todd Scott at 325 East Arch Street. Miranda Stradinger at 409 Norwood. Deanna Group at 710 North 3rd Street. And occupant at 314 West Hewitt Avenue. Another one we couldn't identify what the signature was. And that's it.
That's it. Okay. Is that the end of your presentation, Andrea?
We have 2 more pieces of correspondence.
Okay.
From Sarah Stabile. I'm writing to express my support for the PUD change at 1301 Picnic Rocks Drive to keep the existing fence on the property. I'm in the area almost daily and have been using the sidewalk and bike path in front of this house for over a year. In that time, I've not seen nor been made aware of any safety concerns regarding this fence. It looks professional, complements the house and neighborhood. Please take into account my comments and allow the PUD change. Sarah Stabile, there's no address with that. And finally, from Livio Stabile, I'm writing to express my support. It's actually the same letter as the last one, with no address.
Okay. Is that everything? Is anything else? Okay, thank you guys for reading those all in. It's a lot of reading. Okay, do we want to have our applicant come in and speak on their behalf?
Bringing Julie Bowerman in.
Hi, Ms. Bowerman. Oh, wait. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, if you want to speak on behalf of your application, you can do that now.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that contrary to what some of the people have said in there, before I bought this property, I asked about the fence, and I was told by Dan Keller that we could get a variance for that. When I submitted my plans, the fence was on there. We even hand wrote it on there. It was approved at the meeting by everybody. There were 4 people on the board at that time. 2 of them don't remember that they approved this. I'm not sure why, but they don't. Everybody else at the meeting remembers this, including the other board members. My builder did not understand that he had to get a separate fence permit in addition to his building permit. So when he built the house, he didn't know that. It was his first house. I understand that was a mistake. But then the fence has been up since then. You know, I wasn't done in malice at all. And this is something that I've been dealing with for like a year here. And I understand that it's against the regulations, but they didn't know when they wrote the PUD that they'd have to change that. So, which is why they approved it in the first place. They thought that they had the authority to approve a variance for this kind of fence. I know that some of the neighbors are saying that it obstructs their view, but the houses obstruct their view. I could have built 2 stories, but I didn't. I only built 1. I built the smallest house that I could. And I just would really appreciate if we could come to some kind of agreement where we're not asking that everybody has a fence. The board understands that it was a mistake, and they, you know, are just trying to get the variance for this 1 fence. And I would like to say to all the people that live in the condos behind me that my last house was 416 East College. I lived at the very end of College Street, and I bought the house in 2002. So for 10 years, I had an unobstructed view of the lake. And then they built those condos, and the whole neighborhood lost their view of the lake. Like, that's development. That's how it goes. Since I lost it, I moved. It's closer. So I just don't understand how they can, all of them are saying that it's obstructing their view when I could have had a house double the size.
Okay, is that everything?
I think so. Unless you have any questions?
Yeah, does anybody on the, do any of our commissioners have any questions for Ms. Bowerman? It doesn't seem like it. So if you want to just stay on mute, if we have questions, we'll let you know.
Okay. I'm trying to find mute. Here we go. I think I did it wrong. There it is. Okay.
Good. Okay. Andrea, do we have anybody available for public testimony?
There's one that I know of, and there's one name that I don't, that I didn't get to ask prior to what case they're for. So I'm going to bring them in and you can ask.
Sure.
Douglas,
Yes.
are you here to speak for the planned unit development?
No, I'm here. I'm here for item 3.
The rezoning?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to put you back in the waiting room then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Block.
Yes, hi.
Hi, are you here to speak regarding the PUD?
Yes.
Okay, you can speak now. If you could confine your comments to 3 minutes, that would be great. Thank you.
Sure. So Ms. Bowerman is a friend of mine, and I've spent a lot of time at her house and when she was considering buying it and building it. I've been in real estate for over 30 years. I've been an attorney for 20 years. And I've walked around that fence. I've driven around that fence. I've walked all over looking at it from different angles. And in my opinion, the community interests underlying the reason for the fence ordinance don't apply to this circumstance. It's set far enough away from the road that the concern about vehicles and pedestrian traffic are not a concern. Ms. Bowerman could have built a 2-story home with the footprint of her home into the area that she decided to make a backyard. The she built the yard because she wanted a dog, and she built the fence because it's a busy corner and she wants some privacy. The majority of the homeowners in her development support her. The great majority of the surrounding neighbors who would have been given notice support her or are ambivalent. The letters received from other parties they're disingenuous. As to the request to amend the PUD to allow her fence, if you look at pages 32 and 33, the photographs, you'll see that the issue of obstructed views, from which I think there's only one unit in the corner of the Fur building, 200 feet away, you would, there's a tree. If you didn't have the fence, the view is obstructed by the tree in her front yard, or technically in the common area, just on the other side of her property line. So that's all I have to say on the issue.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you state your address?
908 North 3rd Street, Marquette, Michigan.
Thank
Hi,
you.
Julie.
Are you gonna keep Mr. Block in, or do you wanna?
I would like to stay. I'll mute myself so that I'm not an interruption.
Yeah, sorry, my whole thing just messed up.
Oh, take your
It's
time.
what you want, whatever you want. There's no other public comment for this planned unit development case.
Okay. Yeah, or he can wait in the waiting room if, I mean, that's typically what we do, right?
Yep, got it.
Okay, so that's all of our public testimony? Correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, so moving on, do we want to have a discussion? Does somebody want to make a motion in that direction?
I'll make a motion to suspend the rules for discussion.
Okay, Commissioner Middlefelt makes the motion.
Second.
Commissioner Dunn seconds. All in favor of suspending the rules for discussion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries. Commissioner Middlefelt, you want to start us out?
Sure, yeah, the question for staff, when I was reading through this, I was thinking specifically of the clear vision triangle and, the difference between collector artery streets and local streets. And this might have been buried in the packet of 300 pages we had to read, but maybe someone could speak, maybe Andrea, could you speak to how the clear vision triangle applies or maybe doesn't apply to this issue? Is Lakeshore Boulevard, would that be considered? I would think it's not I think it's a arterial street maybe. And I know those are different than local street.
So yeah, Lakeshore, it doesn't front on Lakeshore Boulevard. The front's on Picnic Rocks Drive and Lakeshore Park Place Drive.
Okay, so that would be considered the clear vision triangle.
So there is no clear vision triangle because
Oh,
it's a through lot.
okay. Huh, okay.
I can show you, I can pull on the screen the map so you can see. Hold on. So, sorry, my computer. Through lots are not corner lots. Corner lots is where you're looking at that clear vision triangle. So this is the 1301. So here's the front here on Lakeshore Park Place, front here on Picnic Rocks Drive, and you have your two side lot lines here. There's this whole other lot
Oh,
here before you go into the Lakeshore Park, Lakeshore Boulevard.
got it.
That's part of the common area in
Got
that
it.
condo.
Okay, thanks. So that doesn't, and none of that applies then. Okay, thanks.
Is that all, Sarah, for now?
Well, yeah, that was my primary just question, but
Okay, Commissioner Dunn, did you want to
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions, I think, for staff. And I guess I'll start with the big picture one, and that is, why wouldn't this be a zoning variance request for the BZA?
You cannot get variances from a planned unit development. This is the process that it's going through is the only way that you can get a variance.
Okay,
The planned unit development is what you apply for. It's a contract with the city. They have to meet the master deed. This is the process for planned unit developments. It's not a regular zoning district
yep,
that would allow for variances.
got it. And
Dave,
I think,
do you need to add anything or on that?
No, that's, it is something, I'm surprised that Dan Keller, the developer's representative, was not aware of. But that's what is being said.
and so to kind of go on from that, when the original PUD was agreed upon, they didn't have any design guidelines for fences. Is that correct?
The PUD agreement itself has a clause in there that requires that all development of anything that's not directly approved out of the pattern book is approved, it meets city ordinances. That would have to meet city ordinances and be permitted by the
Okay.
city.
Okay. So, yeah, that's kind of a bummer, because I mean, usually when we do a PUD, that the intent of that is to have everything set up ahead of time so that we don't need to get into sticky situations like this and handle these things, where a PUD usually has all these things mapped out, and any, appeals to those things should go to the HOA board rather than coming to the city. So I guess that kind of leads me into my other thought here, and that is that I'm trying to figure out why we would be approving something for an HOA, for an individual member of that HOA, and by changing the entire master deed for the entire HOA and having one specific lot pulled out and indicating that. So I'm having a hard time thinking of that, and I'm wondering if the city is going to get involved with, if we're not going to stick to what the city standards are for fences in this particular case. It seems to me that there should be some design guidelines put forward by the HOA. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we're gonna have to be in the position where we're deciding on which fences are okay and which ones aren't, our options should be either we go by the city's guidelines, or we shouldn't handle it at all, and the HOA should be handling it with their own design guidelines. Because this doesn't, to me, it doesn't seem like the kind of problem that we should be dealing with. And I know that we need to, and I get that, but I'm trying to think of a way that we can take care of this without having it go forward. And now we're looking at, I guess, 13 other homes that may or may not want to come forward and look for changes to the PUD so that they can do the fence that they want to do.
Got it. Ms. Bauerman, we're going to let everybody on the commission have their discussion, and if we need to, we'll come back to you, but we're going to try to sort of let the process roll through. Okay, Dave?
To address Commissioner Dunn's question in his comment, the fact that you're having this hearing is because it is a remedy of sorts that's available to the applicant. It's like you said, it's far from preferable or ideal, but the options, once this fence is built without a permit, the options are extremely limited. And so this was one of the options that exists, to go back and go through this extremely complex process of amending the PUD. And I did have some discussion with Ms. Bowerman about and talking with the HOA board about whether or not they wanted to consider a larger PUD amendment to address further amendments to fences, or to make this applicable to all the lots on that are these through lots aligned with Ms. Bowerman's lot. And that I was told was not the option that was chosen. It was they decided that just, and Ms. Bowerman certainly has the right to decide with her application whether or not she wanted to even go there, but that option was taken off the table, and it was just looked at this one lot as this one lot.
Okay. So that leads me to my next question, which is, what happens if the city approves this, and then a neighbor that doesn't like it comes back and holds the city responsible for their damaged view, or someone from the HOA comes back and says, well, why are you overstepping our authority? From what I read in the application, there's obviously some controversy as to whether the HOA agrees on approving the fence anyway. And so I'm not convinced that the entire HOA wants to amend the PUD. So for us to change the PUD based on the request of one individual in the HOA it just doesn't sit well with me. If we had a formal motion that, and again, I saw in the packet, there was a little statement there from the HOA board of directors, but it wasn't signed. I don't know who did what, and there seemed to be some controversy there. And I don't want the city getting involved in some sort of dispute that's going on in the HOA. I feel like the HOA needs to sort out what they want to do. And if the HOA together as a body wants to change the PUD, then we can talk about changing the PUD. But based on one individual coming forward wanting to change it, and then there's some controversy as to whether the board of directors and the whole HOA wants to do that, it just seems like a very precarious situation for the city to get involved.
Thank you, Commissioner Dunn. Commissioner Larson.
I agree with you, Mike. I agree that, I think that's a little bit of a situation in applying consistency, with the fencing ordinances and ordinances in general, where, where it gets built first, then essentially asked for forgiveness later. But it does seem to be an interest. I had the same question, like, why is it just for, one particular lot, one lot here, that you're going to change the entire deed for, for this particular lot. And does that open us up for consistency's sake, that, a neighbor 2 houses down builds a fence without a permit, and then, comes and requests, a similar change, to it as well. So I think there's some issues along those lines that, I don't feel entirely comfortable with. And also just for a point here is that we are making a recommendation to the city commission here, here today. And so, if whichever way we vote, the city commission, it will be heard there, one more time.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Middlefelt.
Yeah, I share a lot of the thoughts that Commissioner Dunn and Commissioner Larson just mentioned about the issue of precedent and consistency. And I guess I got another question for Andrea or Dave about that. I mean, it's an illegal fence, right? By the city code standards, it is illegal, and maybe the builder didn't know or whatever. But nobody wants to waste the money and resources of making the applicant like tear it down per se. So I'm just wondering, like, is there a way to not make this a precedent? And I don't know, it just seems like I don't know what that compromise would look like in this situation. Or Dave, you're saying this is it. It's kind of all or nothing at this point.
No, and that was never the case. When this was first reported to us and we reached out to Ms. Bowerman and talked to her about this situation and her options, the goal of trying to enforce the land development code in a situation like this is to achieve compliance with the code. So that option was put on the table, that the fence can be reconstructed to conform to the code. And, you'll recall that we even, so that was the first conversation we had. And you'll recall that during the later part of 2020, when the Planning Commission was entertaining the whole variety of changes to the land development code that ended up as dozens of amendments, one of the things I presented to you was the option to create a 5-foot fence for front yards. And you guys at first said, no, we don't want to allow 5-foot fences. Maybe it had been a long time since the city considered allowing 5-foot fences in front yards. But I thought that was another potential remedy to this situation that I brought to the Planning Commission as an option with amending the land development code, since you're already looking at other amendments to it. And it was considered at more than one meeting. At the first meeting, the result of that was basically, well, if we could maybe envision an option where the fence was open on the top but closed on the bottom, maybe that was another way to address the 50% open thing with a 5-foot fence. And that was brought to you with illustrations, and that was rejected as a potential amendment to the land development code. So we first went through the option of reconstructing the fence. That was rejected by the applicant. And we brought that potential amendment to the Planning Commission. Then as a staff, we go back to, okay, this Planning Commission's not interested in amending the code, so you're still in violation of the code. You either have to bring the fence into compliance, or the other option on the table was to amend the PUD. And this isn't the first case in this particular PUD where an amendment has been made for one lot, and Andrea could tell you about that. And that it's a very unusual thing. I don't know that there's another PUD in the city where we've made an amendment for like a fence on one lot, but we made an amendment to another lot in the same PUD, and I'll let Andrea talk about that.
Are you referring to the setback one?
Yes.
Yeah, and they just asked for like a foot, a setback to go, like, say, from 10 feet to 9 feet or something like that. And that was reviewed and approved.
Was that done at a staff level, or was that done, did that come before the Planning Commission?
That was a zoning administrator approval.
So that was
So
staff, okay.
Yeah, there's two levels of
Yep.
amendment to a PUD. The minor PUD, which
Got
wouldn't
it.
have effects beyond the property boundary,
I
is the
see what you're
basic
saying.
criteria, and the major.
Okay. Commissioner Andres?
I just thought of a couple questions. The first is, why did the applicant not want to amend the fence to meet the code in the first place? I'd like to ask that question. The second
Okay.
statement that I have is, I'm not really in favor of amending a PUD for one individual. If they want to, if the association wants to make it allowable for everybody, then okay. But that's on the association. And I don't think we should get into any more politics than we have to.
So Erin, can you just restate your question for the applicant and we'll let her answer that question?
Why did you not just amend the fence to meet the existing fence ordinance?
Okay. Ms. Bowerman, you can go ahead and answer that. You're on mute.
I
Ms.
know,
Bowerman, you're on
I got
mute.
it. I'm good. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so the reason that I didn't want a 4-foot fence is because my dog can get over it. And I know that. So, which is why before I bought the property, I asked if I could have a 6-foot fence, if they would be able to give me a variant for that. And the other question that he had was, why isn't it for the whole neighborhood? And we consulted with a lawyer who wrote the PUD and said that it probably wouldn't get approved by the city if we did it for everyone. But if we could ask for just this one, that they might approve it. And the other question, I'm just gonna, if you don't mind me talking about this too, is that when I originally had my plans with the fence on it, it was approved by every board member. There were only 4 at the time.
You're
Now
talking about the HOA specifically.
the
though, not
HOA, sorry. Yep, the HOA. They approved it. They approved the variance and it said 6-foot vinyl fence right on it. When I wrote that, everybody approved it. Well, when it came back through from the city that it was against the rules, that's when they had to regroup again and talk about it. So they had another meeting. Now there are 5 people on the board at this time. There are 2 people in this neighborhood who are against it. Everybody else in my neighborhood that owns a house has written a letter for support, and it was a email chain too, if they would allow me to go for this amendment for my fence, because it had already been approved by them. Everybody in the neighborhood supported me going ahead with this, and except for the 2.
Okay.
The 2 neighbors.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go back on mute.
Okay. Commission,
Can I just say one more thing about it?
really brief, please.
Okay, and that they did have a meeting about it, and the board met and they approved it. And I know that they're saying that Dan Keller was against it, but gave it proxy, but he wrote a letter of support. Okay, I'm going on mute. Bye.
Okay, thank you. I think as somebody previously said, we don't want to get too deep in the politics of it. We want to keep this at sort of a higher level of sort of what is our obligation as a planning commission. So I'll just briefly state that. But Commissioner Primo, you haven't chimed in yet. I just wanted to give you opportunity. I don't know if you have anything you want to ask or say.
I don't see anything wrong with the fence myself, and you can get into all the complications you want. There was more support for it than there was against it. And I mean, mistakes are made, and there should be some remedies. I mean, you can get into let's tear it down and thank the people that did it, but what good does it do? I really don't see anything wrong with it. And I think we should just go ahead and approve this. The board told her she could do it. I mean, what more can you do? And as far as knowing, that you have to have a permit and all that, I know a lot of people and they just don't know that. I mean, we know, and we're supposed to know, but I mean, I try to do a couple little things in it. It gets very difficult, very complicated. I think we should just leave it alone, let the fence there. And I mean, the lady explains why her dog will jump over a 4-foot fence. If it's half open, 50%, you still got a dog that can bark and scare the living hell out of you. So I don't see anything wrong with it. I'd go along with all the people that support it. There were very few against it.
Okay. Anybody else want to have anything they want to add or ask? Commissioner Dunn, is that you?
Yep. I guess I've got one more question.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if there's a way, again, if we could postpone enforcement of this so that here's my contention, and that the only reason I don't have a problem with the fence, the only reason I'm having a problem with this is that it's one individual that's named as the applicant. And that one individual is coming forward and asking us to change the PUD agreement for an entire neighborhood. And I don't feel good about that. And I don't think that's a smart move on the city's part. So what I'm wondering is if we can kind of postpone any kind of enforcement of the fence and let the HOA figure out what they want to do and come back as, you know, an HOA or I don't know. I guess I don't know what the process would be. Maybe it would be the same process, but the HOA is the applicant. Something to that effect, so that the city's not on the hook for changing a PUD that's going to affect everybody in the neighborhood. Again, I don't have a problem with the fence. I just don't like the way this is happening, for lack of a better term. Thanks. That's all.
Commissioner Larson, are you raising your hand or am I? No.
You can go to Dave.
Okay, Dave.
Well, yeah, Mr. Dunn has an interesting point, but the longer this is drawn out, we could have a completely different board vote, and maybe the vote that was done is or is not, a comment from one of the board members that it wasn't a legitimate vote. That's not really for us to determine at this point. But one thing that I think is sort of being missed here is the reason that this is at a hearing right now at the planning commission level, why this isn't a minor planned unit development request, is that this has effects beyond the property boundary. And if it didn't, then the homeowners association making a decision about what happens within their PUD, that seems perfectly logical, that they should be able to make rules that affect that they could have 10-foot fences around everybody's house. But that's not the rule, because these things tend to affect, some things affect beyond the property boundary. And that's why this is an issue for the city. Obviously, not everybody, there's points on each side. Not everybody agrees that this is, and that supports the point that this was a legitimate item to have at a public hearing. And the fact that the board, whatever they decided, came out the way it did, really at this point hardly matters, because this issue really needs to get settled, and the applicant brought this forward in this manner to settle it.
Commissioner Larson.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm hearing there is, like, even though there's a lot of support for it, even you have folks that have moved into that neighborhood or had a house built in that particular neighborhood had a set of rules that were in mind potentially for that, and potentially doing this, is that changing the rules beyond that is not the neighborhood in which they initially signed up to live in as a planned unit development. And so I guess there could be some issues that are associated with that as well, even if there's nothing wrong with the fence per se, but kind of coming in with one set of rules and then changing it because it wasn't the rules weren't known to one individual potentially causes a problem.
Commissioner Middlefeld.
And again, another question for Dave, kind of, I guess in response to your comments, Dave, are you saying, when you're saying that this example of a 6-foot fence, which does not meet the code, it has implications for people in the PUD beyond just this one property, but could this hypothetically, in a hypothetical future, could somebody in, on West Crescent or, the west side of town or anywhere else in the city build a 6-foot fence and then come to us and say, well, there's a precedent. We have 6-foot fences now, and try to make some amendment to our land development code or something like that. Is that what you're saying.
No, you guys review everything a case by case basis. You're
Okay,
reviewing
so it's not
this
like
here,
the
just like,
precedent is only
yeah,
for the PUD.
it's the same for
Okay.
variances. So when a variances is a case by case, this is basically a PUD, major amendment is like a PUD variance.
Okay, well, that makes me
Kinda
feel
makes
better. 'Cause
sense.
then it would only be a precedent, which we've already started seeing a lot of special requests for this particular PUD. But that makes me feel a little better that it wouldn't be like opening a giant can of worms in terms of precedents across the city.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess I just want to chime in the fact that like the whole point of the PUD is that it's sort of all set out at the beginning. And, the idea with the PUD is that you get to sort of not follow the rules of the city necessarily to the T, because you're sort of setting your own set of rules, which you agree to abide by. So I guess the issue I'm having is that as much as I'm sympathetic to the sort of narrative of how, the applicant got in this situation, the whole point of the PUD is that all of this was gone through in incredible detail at the time that the PUD was approved. These properties, it was known that they would have 2 frontages. And so, as much as I feel bad for the narrative that got her into the situation and sort of information that wasn't properly disclosed, I have a hard time, especially on an individual level, and saying we should change this one lot. As Commissioner Dunn said, it would be one thing if they wanted to come back and change the design standards for the whole PUD. I not that I'm saying that I would be in support of that, but that would be something that I could entertain more rationally. But for me, I'm very much challenged by doing that, having language in there that says, with the exception of this one lot. So, that's kind of how I see it. Commissioner Andres, did I see you had your hand? No, okay, sorry. Is there any further pieces anybody wants to bring into this? No, does anybody want to bring a motion? I understand this isn't the kind of motion we love to make, but Commissioner Dunn?
I can give it a go here if you can give me just a second. And of course, I lost where I was. Sorry about that.
Did you want me to put the memo on screen?
Sure, but I'm just about back to it.
Oh, okay.
All right. So after conducting a public hearing and review of the PUD application with support information and staff memo attachments for 01 PUD 0509-A8, the Planning Commission recommends that the PUD amendment request be denied by the Marquette City Commission for the reasons discussed in the meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Dunn. Do we have a second?
Support.
Commissioner Andres, is this their second? Okay, we'll go through and do a roll call. Commissioner Andres,
Yes.
Commissioner Dunn,
Yes.
Commissioner Larson,
Yes.
Commissioner Primo,
No,
Commissioner Middlefelt,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So the motion carries. Thank you for your time, Ms. Bowerman. We're sorry. It didn't go the way you wanted.
So the next thing is this step is that it will be put on a city commission agenda and they'll announce a public hearing. And then, after that meeting, then they'll have the public hearing.
Which will probably be the second Monday of July. The public hearing at the city commission level. You're on mute.
Unmute. Ms.
Am I
Bowerman, you're on.
Oh.
Can you repeat that? You were on mute.
I was just saying that I feel like we've been through this for a year and I've been working with Andrea and David on this. And I feel like a lot of you don't even understand what you're voting on at this point. You're still questioning whether the board approved it or not. And the board did approve it. And the reason that I'm coming in front instead of the board is because they wanted me to pay for it, even though they made the mistake of approving it before that they knew that they could.
I understand. I think we've made clear that it doesn't have anything to do with the board, and I am sorry for the situation you've been put in. But we do, like I said, we try to see this from sort of the procedural level.
And so basically, but what you said was it's the same thing. It's a variance for a fence. So it's not a set for a PUD. It's not setting a precedent. You do this every day. You give variances for fences every day.
But it's not, you're in a PUD, so we have to go by the PUD rules.
But the PUD didn't understand that, and they gave me a variance before I bought the property. They said it would be okay.
And I'm very sorry about that. That's really
I know.
unfortunate. I'm very sorry about that. But honestly, that can't be, we can't respond to things because they made a mistake.
Right.
So I understand and I'm very sorry.
Mhm. I just wish you guys would understand, like really look into it before you voted on something, especially since now the fence is actually going to be higher because it's on a hill right now. So when I make it 4 feet, I'm going to move it up 2 feet and it's going to be higher than it is right now. So just so you know.
Okay.
I'm sure there are going to be complaints about the way my backyard looks because the dogs are running through it.
Well, we wish you the best with everything.
And the
Thanks.
city commission is going to make. the
I'll remember who I'm
final.
voting for. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Should we move on to the next one? In which case I need to, what do I need to do, Andrea? Just part?
I can put you in the waiting room.
Put me in the waiting room? Okay.
And then Michael, you're,
Sure thing. All right, with Joy going to the waiting room for this particular case for recusing herself, we will move on to our second public hearing. Item B 04 SUP 06-21 717 North 3rd Street. Andrea, if you wouldn't mind taking us through that.
staff has reviewed the special land use permit for an expansion to their previously approved outdoor food and beverage service and a special land use permit for outdoor entertainment and community events as a principal use to be located at 717 North 3rd Street. Attached to the agenda was this memo. We do state, recommend following conditions of approval if the planning commission wishes to do so, that an amended plan is submitted to meet staff comments and that the bike racks are added to the property to meet code as it does not appear as they were installed per the previous site plan requirement. On screen is the staff report. We also supplied the previous cases for the existing use of this parcel. The special land use application, the site plan review application. Staff comments and the applicant's responses to those comments. The area map, the parcel is outlined in blue here. The block map, the parcel is outlined in blue. Photos taken on the site. And then the submitted site plan set. showing the proposal. And lighting cut sheets. The excerpt of the January 9th, 2018 Planning Commission meeting minutes. Excerpt of the May 7th, 2019 Planning Commission minutes. Correspondence received prior to the posting of the agenda. With attachments. And then we received additional correspondence after the agenda was posted. I again would like to note that the correspondence from the Igor Popovich that was in the PUD is actually belonging to this. Michael, did you want me to read that into the record?
Yes, please.
Dear Community Development Department and Marquette City Members Planning Commission, I am writing you to comment on the special land use permit sought by Superior Culture LLC and its proprietor Alex Rowland. As property owner and Marquette resident at 216 West Hewitt Avenue, abutting the northwest corner of Superior Culture's backyard, I am dismayed at and strongly opposed to Superior Culture's latest sought land use change, now specifically including a permit for outdoor entertainment and community events. Previously, on May 7th of 2019, Superior Culture Alex Rowland received approval to proceed with conditions with the project case numbers 05 SUP 0519 and 07 SPR 0519. Special land use permit for outdoor food and beverage service. And the proposal included a proposed attached porch deck addition to the structure and a patio deck with bar top railing. At the then hearing, a number of adjacent and nearby property owners and residents expressed concerns specifically about patron noise propagating through the entire residential neighborhood block between 3rd and 4th Streets and West Hewitt Avenue and West Prospect Street. Even the City Commission Vice Chair is recorded in the proceedings as stating that he does not think that the business operation is good for this location and that he does not feel it is very good location for the business as a whole. Unfortunately, as time passed since, all concerns expressed at the meeting were proven more than justified. Mr. Rowland proceeded to ignore any and all concerns, eventually setting up a large tent in his back parking lot and promoting a full-fledged open-air amplified music event venue through the season's end on October 31st of 2020. This activity resulted in numerous attempts by adjacent property owners and residents at contacting him unsuccessfully with pleas to tone it down. Eventually, numerous noise complaints and visits by the police department followed. As far as Mr. Rowland's present land use change permit application goes, the truth of the matter is that he has performed that change and more already without any permit and for most of the summer and into the fall of 2020. During that time, Superior Culture hosted hours-long amplified music events most weeks on Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights, and Sunday afternoons. These community events included open mic amateur nights, drunken karaoke, and at the end, a full-blown rock band concert, starting at 60 decibels measured at the distance of 200 feet around 8 p.m. and then getting progressively louder as the event carried on. Most all events were typically accompanied and followed by drunken screaming of a large audience well into the night. As of this writing, the large tent has been in place again for over a month now, leaving little doubt as to what will follow should Superior Culture's application in fact be approved. In order to fully appreciate the effects of the planned activities, please consider the area map. While Superior Culture does have a business address on 3rd Street, the non-permitted land use took place behind the building away from 3rd Street in a parking lot, which in itself is the mouth of an open corridor of connected backyards for all properties along the north side of West Hewitt Avenue between 3rd and 4th Streets, and all properties along the south of West Prospect Street. With Superior Culture's back parking lot positioned centrally at its east side, this corridor becomes an effective echo chamber, transporting noise and its reverberations all the way to 4th Street. All affected properties are upgrade from Superior Culture's backyard, which itself is acoustically the equivalent of an orchestra pit. Physical laws of sound wave propagation dictate that any noise generated there will spread spherically upward and sideward. reverberate throughout the corridor between 3rd and 4th Streets, affecting all properties along it. Mr. Rowland is deluding himself and others when he believes that hanging a perforated shade sail, mislabeled as acoustic canopy, in the visualizations included with his application, or installing an acoustic fence along his perimeter, yet still well below grade of virtually every property above and west of him, will make an appreciable difference in the amount of noise he intends to generate and deliver to the entire neighborhood behind him. By the way, similarly mislabeled in his visualizations is a new temporary tent. That large tent has been there all season last year and has been set up for over a month already this year, hardly new. In summary, despite his project's title, Mr. Rowland is de facto applying for a permit to operate a full-blown open-air concert venue. The planned events are not special, i.e. occasional, but rather booked and scheduled at a minimum of 3 to 4 times per week. We are truly concerned that summer fall 2020 was but a small preview of the damage that will be inflicted on the previously relatively quiet neighborhood. All the while, Superior Culture appears to be considering their activities as some type of service to the community. We know for a fact that this is where Mr. Rowland wants his project to go, as he states himself in a May 12th, 2020 post on his business Facebook page. And then he provides that link. And it states May 12th at 11 p.m. Marquette, Michigan. Check out the events tab on our website to stay up to date on music this summer season. Link in our bio. We typically have live music on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday every week, 8 to 10 p.m. Everything is currently inside the tap room, but by mid-late June, we are hoping to be back outside with some exciting changes. We are so thankful for all the musicians that play here and all of our customers for the support they give and the smiles they bring. See you this summer at Chris Kremer Music, at Joshua Carlson, at Hand, Foot, Mouth. Hashtag live music, hashtag Superior, hashtag Superior Culture, hashtag kombucha, hashtag ginger beer, hashtag cider, hashtag beer, hashtag taproom, hashtag local, hashtag music. Thank you for your consideration, Igor Popovich. Dave.
So we have at least a couple other items of correspondence. One is from Stephen Clement Wallstrom, property owner, 723 North 3rd Street in Marquette. Dear Planning Commission, this is a written letter of support for an expansion of the special land use permit for Superior Culture LLC and Alex Rowland. My wife Susanna and I reside within 300 feet of Superior Culture, and I have personally known Alex Rowland for approximately 5 years. Mr. Rowland is a responsible, dependable proprietor who has consistently considered the impact of additions and changes to Superior Culture upon neighboring residences and businesses. Alex is highly motivated and industrious. With Mr. Rowland's short and long-range vision, he did not allow the restrictions of the COVID pandemic to prevent him from serving our local community and beyond with a safe, healthy product, kombucha. Since being approved for an outdoor food and beverage service, Mr. Rowland has provided a safe tented area to be able to continue to grow his business and accommodate the needs of his customers. Utilizing his public relations and communication skills, Alex has communicated necessary changes to neighboring residential and business owners. It's a privilege and honor to continue to support our neighbor, Mr. Rowland, in his community endeavors and plans for business expansion. My wife and I have no objections to his being granted a special land use permit for outdoor entertainment and community events as a principal use. Respectfully, Stephen Wallstrom.
And then the next correspondence I have to show on screen from Sandra Gluski and Paul Gluski at 212 West Hewitt Street. They gave us photos. These photos indicate improvements before and after of our property, and then the tent being lit up. So this is their property. This is the before, after they did improvements to their property, and they're pointing out here, it looks like Superior Culture tent is there. And then this last one, they say, and the tent is being lit up here. And Dave?
Okay, from Susan Boher and Ron Sundell of 130 West Hewitt Avenue, Marquette. To Andrew Landers, my husband and I own 2 residential properties on West Hewitt within 300 feet of Superior Culture on 3rd Street. The area surrounding 3rd Street is densely residential. The homes were mostly built in the 19th century and the majority do not have air conditioning. We object to the applicant's request due to the noise. Sitting on our deck on summer evenings, trying to sleep with windows open on a warm summer night, will subject us to a constant barrage of noise. We currently can hear the music from Black Rocks further south on 3rd Street. Adding additional and competing music from across the street will have an even greater negative impact. When we purchased our home and rental unit several years ago, none of these outdoor musical venues existed. During the recent COVID-19 pandemic, we understood the need to have music outdoors for public safety. However, that is rapidly becoming unnecessary as vaccination rates continue to rise. In our opinion, outdoor music venues are not appropriate uses in residential areas and prevent our quiet enjoyment of our property. Thank you for the opportunity to register our objections to this approval. Susan Bohorn, Ron Sindell.
That was it for the correspondence.
All right, thank you. Do we have any public testimony?
Yes. You want to open the, or,
Yep, or we heard from the applicant first?
yeah. And you don't have any questions for staff right now?
No questions.
I'm admitting Alex Rowland and the architect.
Okay, thank you. Andrea is.
Somehow
you have Joe?
back in. Wait, Andrea?
Oh, there we go. Hi, Alex.
Hi.
Is Joe going to be on as well? Okay, here he is. Hi, Joe. Have you connected?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yep. Hear you just fine.
Hi.
All right. So we've moved into a section here. So we want to hear from the applicant. So you can go through your application and kind of what's going on here. After that, we will hear some additional public testimony for anybody that has 3 minutes. From there. So I invite you to talk to the commission.
Yeah. So I've been in business for going on 5 years now. The last year has been the greatest struggle of that time, but we managed to persevere through COVID doing takeout and delivery. When we were able to reopen in May, we moved our operations into the backyard as our tap room is quite small and can't necessarily accommodate enough people to keep going. So where we stand right now, we employ 5 employees. We kind of got that going last year, and we're continually hosting live music and able to have a place for artists to present their music and get paid throughout all of this. The success of last summer allowed me to purchase the building in September of last year, so I'm planning on being here for quite some time. With this project, I am hoping to mitigate the sound and separate my residents or our commercial space as much as possible from these residences while still maintaining our rights as a commercial business owner on 3rd Street. I think that looking at other businesses that are coming up on 3rd Street, like Black Rocks or the 3rd Street Marketplace, I think they are beginning to set this precedent for what a business owner should be able to do in the downtown district. Our project is where we plan to put the stage is underneath a retaining wall. That's about 4 feet tall. Behind the retaining wall is where we hope to put up this fence. We will be using acoustic sheeting within the entire fence, as well as within the covered stage as well as running cables up above overhead and running some sheeting there. So we are looking to contain this as much as possible. But looking at the property that I own, I mean, the inside space is so limited. So I think the only way to accommodate, especially last year, safely, all the traffic that we've had is by utilizing this outdoor space.
Thank you for that. Joe, did you want to add anything to what Alex had to say?
Sure, I'll just maybe touch a little bit on on a couple points. I mean, obviously, we're not designing sort of a proper amphitheater, but we are trying to use a lot of the best practices to try to mitigate a lot of the reverberation or kind of echoing of sound waves there. And the shape of the pavilion you see in the support material is kind of wedge shaped. And the bottom surface of that roof would have acoustic panels on it for absorbing sound, as would the proscenium, or basically the surface behind the performer. So really just trying to make the sound go to the audience and limit its propagation. I mean, obviously this is an outdoor space, so it's not going to be sort of whisper quiet, but we believe, the acoustic treatment on the stage area, coupled with the change in elevation that Alex had mentioned, coupled with the acoustic treatment on the fence, which is an absorptive treatment where the sound waves go into the material, and then the energy is basically dissipated at that point. And it's the intention of the design is to reduce the decibel levels through that. And then the addition of the kind of wedge-shaped panels between the tent and the stage area to try to capture any additional sound that might be traveling upwards. So that's kind of one point I wanted to make. And another one is, I saw that one of the letters kind of against this action had a lot of decibel readings. And I know, sound obviously degrades with the distance traveled, but, just relative to overall decibel readings, some of these levels in the 40s and 50s and even low 60s, those are relatively low levels. If you look at a decibel chart, those levels are, soft radio music or background audio and things like that. So it's not like the roar of a jet engine and those sorts of things. So, our hope is that, through this process and Alex's great management and these acoustic properties, we're taking steps to, try to be a good neighbor and also maximize the potential of Alex's business. And also, and one other thing, just the discussion of the lighting. I don't know, maybe Alex, you can speak to the lighting that was maybe present in the tent when that photograph was taken, that was referenced in the letter. But as you can see from the cut sheets that were introduced as part of this SLU application, we're looking at a lot of down lighting and such. So there's no, obscene lighting that we're trying to introduce here. Everything is to try to keep everything down.
Yeah, and can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
I just wanted to say that I'm not entirely sure, the angle and the dark background of that picture, but the lights that are shown within that picture they're soft LEDs that are underneath a tent. So it does give the tent a soft glow, but I don't think it's intrusive. It's not radiating up into the sky. I will also note that we, throughout the entirety of last year, shut down everything by 10 p.m. every night, which is well before the 11 p.m. noise ordinance.
Thank you. So right now, if we have any, if you have anything else to add, now would be the time, and then we'll move into public testimony. So if there's anybody that wishes to speak for 3 minutes, we'll invite them in, and then but we'll have you guys stick around, and then we'll likely enter into discussion, at which time we can come back and ask questions.
Okay.
Andrew, would you like to see if there's anybody for public testimony?
Yep, I have 3 people. I'm bringing in Sandra Bluski.
Hi. Are you here? You're here to speak on the public testimony for 717 North 3rd Street?
Yes, I am.
All right, you have 3 minutes. Please
Okay,
state your
thank
name
you.
and please state your name and address.
All right, my name is Paul Glusky. I live at 212 West Hewitt. My comments will probably exceed 3 minutes, so my wife will continue when I'm done. we are speaking in opposition to the special land use permit application submitted by Alex Rowland and Superior Culture, and are asking the Planning Commission not to approve it. Furthermore, we would also ask the Planning Commission or whoever has the authority to prevent Superior Culture from continuing to have a tent, lighting, and live music in their outdoor space, because as we understand it, they've done all this without permission. When we purchased our retirement home in 2016, we researched what sort of businesses were nearby. At that time, in addition to a quiet residential homes, our home backed up to an optometrist, a hair salon, and short-term rental property. Since then, Superior Culture has moved in. At first, it was not an issue because he was just manufacturing and it was just an outdoor service. However, in May of 2019, they applied for and were approved for outdoor beverage, food and beverage service. In theory, they were not completely opposed to this. We weren't, especially because at the Planning Commission hearing, the following statements were made by the owner, Mr. Rowland. Mr. Rowland described it to the Planning Commission as basically creating a natural space where people can hang out. Mr. Rowland indicated that the capacity will be no more than 15 people. In an apparent effort to downplay the outdoor stage, Mr. Rowland stated that there would be not much of an appeal to sit in the back since they are not looking to propose any lighting out there. When directly asked by Commissioner LaChapelle, I hope I got that right, about whether or not there would be music, Mr. Rowland specifically said once a month or maybe even less than that. Mr. Rowland did not mention a 20 by 30 tent that would be erected. Since that date, they have definitely exceeded 15 in capacity. Our large tent was set up within sight of many of the homes. Outdoor lighting was hung and very loud. Live music has been occurring outdoors up to 4 nights a week in the summer and fall months, including school nights, and we are fostering a niece and nephew. So we are surprised and disappointed all of these things are allowed to happen since they're all contrary to what Mr. Rowland stated to the Planning Commission in 2019. We do not support the ask for forgiveness, not for permission approach Mr. Rowland has taken, and we do not believe that it should be awarded with approval. Truth be told, we enjoy venues with outdoor seating and live music. Many of the venues in Marquette seem to be a good fit for that. However, Superior Culture is unique as it backs up almost entirety of residential homes, lots, and not an ideal location for these types of outdoor events. Thank you. My wife will finish with hers. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, Sandra Glusky, 212 West Hewitt Avenue.
Thank you.
We support the growth and expansion of business along 3rd Street, and we want to support small businesses near us. But we also believe that expansion and growth needs to be balanced with the needs of the residents. We have spent between $15,000 and $20,000 making our backyard I'm sorry, an extension of our living space. We have before and after pictures that were submitted. However, the loud patrons and live music in the outdoor space have effectively made our outdoor living space useless. To further cause insult to injury, even if we move indoors to socialize, we have to close our windows and doors during beautiful summer nights due to disruptive sound. This is our home. This is where we plan to live the rest of our days. We made a deliberate decision to move to and invest in Marquette and are now heartbroken that we cannot enjoy our space. Mr. Rowland, here I hit this. Mr. Rowland wrote a letter to us and our neighbors expressing how he feels his business has positively impacted the community, especially during COVID. The letter effectively dismissed how his business has absolutely negativity during COVID. During a summer when outdoor socializing was the only way we could spend time with our son and daughter and our friends, the noise from live music prevented us from being able to do that. Mr. Rowland indicates that he wants to be a good neighbor, but I and my neighbors have approached Superior several times and our concerns and our needs were dismissed. Just saying you want to be a good neighbor does not make you a good neighbor. Finally, we would like to say that just because something meets the criteria does not mean that the Planning Commission must approve it. We sometimes feel that businesses are given a bigger voice because it appears that they are investing in their community. But attracting and retaining owner-occupied homeowners is also a way to invest in the community. A homeowner and homers who make improvements to their front and backyards are also investing in their community. We believe there needs to be a better balance, and the needs of the businesses cannot outweigh the needs of the people who live here and are equally invested. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. All right, thank you for your comments. Andrea, do we have somebody else in the waiting room?
Yes. Bringing in Bernie Hitter.
Hi, Bernie, are you there?
Okay.
Hi, Bernie. Are you able to hear us?
Yes. Hello?
Hello, we can hear you. Would you please state your name? And you have 3 minutes to give your public testimony for the hearing at 717 North 3rd Street.
Okay, my name is Bernie Hitter. I own 224 West Hewitt and 220 West Hewitt directly in the backyard of this proposed project. I did attend the meeting on May 7th, 2 years ago, where I indicated that having lived at 224 West Hewitt, that there's a natural amphitheater created by this property, the way it extends into the backyards of strictly residential property, and has a natural effect. It's very impossible to correct this with the devices that have proposed. What was approved back in May of 2019 was not adhered to, was extensively expanded, and has caused disruption for the people in my residences and surrounding neighbors. Police have been called a number of times based upon the disturbance. They have a limited effect on the disturbance, and once they leave, it just seems to escalate. One of the bad things, I raised 4 children in 224 West Hewitt, and the noise and language that comes out of that is inconducive to that type of residence, and that this property has been for over 125 years used that way and is still viable. I think that in Alex's letter that was proposed and stated showed that he can produce his products and market them way beyond 3rd Street, and has done so with success. This venue is not necessary for him to maintain a business on 3rd Street. I guess that's the only comments I have to make there.
Thank you for your comments. Andrew, do we have anybody else in the waiting room?
Yes.
All right.
I'm bringing in Igor Popovic.
Hi, Igor, can you hear us?
Yes.
Would you mind stating your name and address, and then you'll have 3 minutes to give your public testimony for 717 North 3rd Street.
Sure. Yeah, so my name is Linda Popovich. I live at 216 West Hewitt Avenue, and I'll speak for 3 minutes, and then my husband, we're sharing the same computer, Igor, he'll speak after I'm done. So I would like to voice my opposition to Mr. Rowland's proposed plans to expand his outdoor food and beverage service and his plans to construct an outdoor entertainment venue at his place of business, Superior Culture, which is located at 717 North 3rd Street. I'm also asking the Zoning Commission to revisit the original food and beverage permit that was approved on May 7th, 2019 for Mr. Rowland's business because of the events that occurred at Superior Cultures last summer and fall 2020. Last week, I submitted documents to the Zoning Commission to review. These included my letter outlining my concerns about the noise level Superior Culture generates. I also submitted a log of dB levels of Mr. Rollins' events from my house and backyard from September the 24th through October 31st, 2020. A letter that was given to Mr. Rowland on October the 9th, 2020 from his neighbors, 13 of them, that expressed concerns about the level of noise Superior Culture was generating from live amplified musical events, and a calendar of events also that Mr. Rowland had posted on his Facebook page from Superior Cultures. I would like to point out that Mr. Rowland generally held amplified singing and instrumental events 3 to 4 nights each week throughout the summer and fall last year, all of which were conducted without proper permits. I cannot support any of the new changes Mr. Rowland is proposing, as he has proven to me that he is not able to conduct his business in a manner that would address the concerns I have over the noise level. Mr. Rowland did nothing to mitigate this issue last summer, and I have no reason to believe that he would act any differently moving forward. The sound generated from the back area of Superior Culture carries throughout the neighborhood, into my backyard and into my house. Not only do these events sound like they're in my backyard, but I can hear them and the crowd inside my house, even with all my doors and windows closed. The noise was so loud last year that I filed multiple noise complaints with the police throughout the season. In May 2019, the Planning Commission wanted to trust Mr. Rowland and give him a chance to prove that he was listening to his neighbors and heard their concerns about noise levels. Mr. Rowland had his chance, and now I'm asking the Zoning Commission to consider the effect this business has on the surrounding neighbors. Mr. Rowland morphed the proposed art therapy and health and wellness projects to be held on his back porch into raucous, amplified musical events and concerts that culminated in a full-blown rock concert which disrupted the entire neighborhood. And all of this took place in the middle of a pandemic when any singing event was considered to be a very high risk for spreading the virus. Thank you so much for your time and taking my concerns into consideration.
Thank you. Igor, do you wish to submit public testimony as well?
Yes, I do.
And just for the record, say your name and address one more time, please.
Sure. My name is Igor Popovich. I'm a joint property owner and resident with my wife at 216 West Hewitt Avenue. And our property touches Superior Cultures lot in our northeast corner. So most of my comments were covered by the reading of my letter at the beginning of this hearing. So I can just summarize here. At the outset, I would like to say that I'm somewhat familiar with decibel measurements, having spent the last 25 years planning and conducting acoustic wave surveys for the industry. And I'm also aware of the difference between decibels measured at the source and at the receiver. So the measurements that we have logged throughout the events in our backyard are measured at the receiver. So 70 dB at the receiver is considerable. Anyway, with the current application, it appears that Superior Culture is now applying for a permit to continue doing what they were doing last summer and fall already. Drawings in their proposal suggest that some noise attenuation will be attempted. However, the measures described appear to me doubtful to be effective. The acoustic canopy shown there is really just a disjoint set of shade sails. A new temporary tent appears to be the one used last year, and that tent has been set up this year for over a month already. Finally, the proposed acoustic fence is unlikely to have an appreciable effect, as its top will be still below grade of virtually every property west of Superior Culture's back parking lot, which will continue to function like an orchestra pit, with the entire neighborhood behind and west of it as a target. Finally, I need to say that I'm skeptical of Superior Culture's execution of what they propose, seeing that they barely half implemented the conditions attached to their last permit from 2 years ago. By the way, one of those conditions included a fence to be erected adjacent to the MDR zoning districts, which Superior Culture implemented as a 3 8-foot segments of lattice, and that whole contraption is in the process of falling over already. In concluding, I would like to ascertain that I'm not principally against open air live music concert venues. I do believe that as successful a business Superior culture may be, that it has more than outgrown its current location, in particular in view of the current proposal and to the detriment of an entire MDR zoned neighborhood. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Andrew, do we have anybody else?
So I do have a new thing in the waiting room that's a phone number. So I'm gonna have to admit it and we'll have to find out.
Please do.
And they all start together.
Hi, phone number 3865, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Are you here to comment? We can hear you. Are you here to comment on the 717 North 3rd Street?
Yes, the kombucha place.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm calling as the door person at the third base. I work every Thursday and Friday.
If you wouldn't mind stating your name and address first, and then you have 3 minutes.
Julie Bowerman, 1301 Picnic Rocks Drive.
All right, thank you.
Yes, I also work at the third base, and I work at the door every weekend, every Thursday and Friday, ever since the pandemic began. And I'm just going to tell you that as the person standing outside waiting to let people in and check IDs, I've never once heard a loud noise from the kombucha place. But again, I'm only there on Thursday and Friday nights, the busiest nights for the weekend.
All right.
We also have 5 other people here who would like to make a comment.
Okay.
Okay, here's the next one.
Hello.
Hi, please state your name and address.
Hi, my name is Livio Stabile. I own a property on 236 West Prospect, which is right there where the kombucha place is. And I think that I support Alex on this one because first of all, the music and noise coming out there is very, very low, and it's not annoying at all. And on top of that, he's in the middle of a downtown. He's right on 3rd Street, and it's a vibrant, young town, growing town with students, and people want to have a little bit of life, and they, without bothering anyone. And I think they're being really, really, really nice about it. They're trying to make all the adjustments to reduce the noise, and they are okay with cutting down the music early at night. They were doing it at 10. I think nobody needs to sleep before 10, especially in the summertime. To be honest, it's still light out. So I totally support Alex. And I hope you guys can think about this because this guy's working hard. He's trying to make a living. He's trying to support the city. He's trying to make it appealing for, the young people. And let's live life. And if you want to sleep at 9 o'clock at night, you should not be buying a house on the middle of the town. I'm sorry. So I support him.
Thank you. Do we have one more person?
Yes, hi, my name is Sarah Stabile. I also have a property on 236 West Prospect, and I'm also talking in support of the business as well. In agreement with a lot of what has been said already. I think that that 3rd Street I'm from Marquette. I've lived here all my life, and Marquette has always been a downtown area where things have been active and going on. And to think that you can have a retirement home right outside of 3rd Street doesn't seem like a good viable plan. If you want a retirement home where you plan on spending some quiet hours, I would do it outside of the city center. I understand that some type of agreement has to be made, but like Alex has said, he's stopping a lot of the music at 10 o'clock, which is before the 11 o'clock ordinance. So I think he's already, respecting those rules and those ordinances that are already put in place. So I think that he, as a young man, a young entrepreneur trying to make his way in this world, I think he's doing a really good job, and we should be supporting him instead of putting him down. I will pass you to the next person.
Thank you. Hi, would you please
Hi,
state
my name
and address,
yeah,
please?
My name is Heather Pickett, and I reside at 921 West Fair. I spend a lot of time in 3rd Street area. and I just think that kind of the precedent has already been set by the Black Rocks music policy. You know, they quit playing music at 10. That seems to make everyone happy. And you know, people who come to spend money and support this town are able to still, you know, come and spend their money without upsetting the people who live in that area. So I'd like for the, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I guess that's it. All right, was that the last one then, Andrea?
Yes.
Okay. With that, we can move into commissioner discussion. And if we have additional questions at that point in time, we can direct them back to the applicant. I would entertain a motion to suspend the rules if somebody would be willing to do so.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to suspend the rules.
We got a motion by Commissioner Middlefeld.
I'll second.
We've got a second by Commissioner Dunn. Commissioner Middlefeld, would you like to lead us off in discussion?
Sure, yeah, I just had a question for Mr. Ram, if you could maybe talk a little bit
Sorry to
about
interrupt. We need
the
to vote on that.
We need to vote.
We need to vote on suspending the rules. Thank you, Commissioner Dunn.
All right, sir.
All in favor of suspending the rules, please say aye.
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 Motion passes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
So,
you, Commissioner Dunn.
I guess I just had a technical question about the acoustic fencing and the acoustic tiles, the triangular shapes. I think you know, just trying to understand a little bit about how the space might function to mitigate the noise issue. We haven't necessarily in other proposals, the Cognition Brewery that we just recently looked at, and certainly Black Rocks, like, I don't know if we've ever seen efforts to actually show this level of kind of acoustic engineering. So I was wondering, maybe Mr. Ram, if you could explain some of that a little bit.
Right. Well, thank you, Sarah Middlefeld. Yeah, so you know, we don't have like an empirical sound transmission coefficient or reduction target. What the goal with this exercise was to reduce the amount of acoustic energy that's propagating outward, which was very astutely noted by some of the letters that were presented. So the acoustic fence is a well-known product. There's a lot of support information there, where basically you have with general kind of acoustic panels, what you have is you have kind of an outer sort of permeable, acoustically permeable layer, and then the sound basically goes within that layer and then kind of bounces around between the outer fabric layer and the backing layer, and it loses a lot of its energy that way. And so that's to kind of stop the energy from bouncing and not being reduced and going out into the neighborhood. So the fact that the performance area is dropped down and the fence is actually above the retaining wall. So there's 4 feet of retaining wall, and then there's, you know, the additional fence. So you have, you know, the effective top of the fence is actually significantly higher than just the overall fence height. So, you know, that this perimeter fence, which is actually, we're working to extend, you know, around both sides to really create kind of a horseshoe shape sort of surrounding the stage area. So that's kind of step one, is this acoustic fence product, which is a national product and international product. Then within this kind of stage pavilion that is proposed, having the roof basically over the performer's head and also from behind, and having that treated with acoustic properties, and that with a little bit more of a traditional kind of acoustic panel, which is basically like a foam with a fabric on it, which is very, very similar to the type of acoustic paneling and tuning that you would see in any sort of venue that you would go to. I mean, obviously, you know, in a orchestral scenario or an auditorium, it's a higher degree of refinement. But here we're deploying all of those same principles. So within this pavilion, you have the sound that's you know, we're trying to really limit a lot of wayward and errant acoustic energy. So those are kind of the two major items. And then to bridge the schism, if you will, between the performance stage and the tent proper, these wedge panels or sail panels are there, not to 100% block any acoustic energy from escaping, but really to try to diffuse that energy and to you know, lower the sound any which way we can. So between those kind of three items, the nature of the tent and the fabric, and all of the you know, the trees and vegetation, you know, we believe that that's making an earnest and honest effort to mitigating the sound levels. Did that answer your question, Sarah?
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Dunn. I think you seconded.
I did. And I was actually just looking back at minutes to see what we've done with similar situations where, you know, we have several different property owner rights to consider. Obviously, the business has a right to do what's within the code. And, you know, we would all like to see that happen, but we also need to consider the homeowners that are there and the right to their quiet enjoyment of their property. It sounds to me like the design is doing everything they can to mitigate the noise. Looking through everything else, I don't see any other sticking points other than the noise. Everything else seems fine, in my opinion. So I guess I'm wondering a couple of things. One, I guess one question would be for the applicant, and that is a very simple solution. And I'm wondering how critical electrically amplified music is to their business. If a Superior Cultures Unplugged might fly.
Well, yeah, so we've actually done some acoustic shows in the backyard, and with just general crowd conversation noise, if you're standing towards the back, you can't necessarily hear it. Although one thing I will say that will be different, last year was, you know, doing everything we could to survive and stay alive. I was using some of my own amplifiers, and then it would also allow some musicians to bring in their own equipment, which caused for variation in noise levels. This year, with some more financing going forward, I'm looking to invest in a PA system that would connect, and basically every musician that came would plug into the same PA system. It would have the levels controlled by us rather than the musicians. And I also own a decibel meter, and I last year was going to the corners of the property, the front corners, the back corners, trying to get as close to these properties as possible. I was trying to keep the noise level roughly 50 decibels from 50 feet from the point source. So I think with some of these advancements with our sound system, I think we'll be able to do a lot better of a job of controlling those levels. But yes, I do believe that outside the acoustic is just not quite enough.
Okay, thank you. And I guess the other thing I'd like to hear from the other commissioners on is if whatever we do here, I want to make sure that we're consistent with what we did at Black Rocks, with what we did at the market. I think that 10 o'clock was pretty consistent for the other businesses. But again, just coming back to the noise thing, I'm trying to go through the old minutes to see if we did anything else as far as trying to control noise when we were right next to residential properties. But yeah, I'm just looking for other commissioners' input on that.
I think Black Rocks is at 11 o'clock shut off time. I think we moved.
You've been muted, Aaron. Commissioner Andrus, you're muted. Oh, there you are.
I'm sorry. I believe Black Rocks is at 11 o'clock. Is it not? Is it not? I thought they came before us and we moved it from 10 to 11, which is the cutoff time. I'm not sure on that. But as far as keeping the standard with everybody else, it's all at 11 o'clock.
Thank you. Commissioner Primo, do you have any thoughts? You're muted. You're muted as well, Commissioner Primo. We can't hear you, Commissioner Primo. We can't. Commissioner Primo, we can't hear you. You're muted.
Now can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can hear you now.
Okay, well, anyway, you can stop the noise going to the side and to the top, maybe. But what good would your audience be if the noise not gonna, the noise has to go out in order for people to hear it. So I don't believe that you're gonna be able to stop the noise at all. And I know Third Street has changed. You guys never seen it when it was a residential neighborhood. And if you made noise, the cops would come down, and I mean, I watched them beat the hell out of a crippled kid because he was making noise in front of Angles, or which is Dimbles then. I mean, it's changed, so I don't know, but they're not going to stop the noise. They're not going to stop it. It's still going to come out the front. Otherwise, what would you do? Put your audience somewhere inside or what? And the other thing I didn't understand when they, on this survey plan, they show that tent. And what's the intent of the tent?
Could you say that one more time, Wayne? I apologize.
What's the intent of the tent that covers that patio?
What's the intent of the fence? I believe.
Of the tent. The tent.
The fence.
Yeah, so basically, towards the end of last summer, we realized that all it would take is a rainstorm and we'd have a very mediocre night, and you can't necessarily afford that, especially in the middle of a pandemic. So kind of going off of the emergency order for the city of Marquette, that's when we ended up purchasing and installing that tent in September of last year, just to give people a place to go and still be able to sit at their distance tables outside while being covered from the weather.
So is that going to continue?
Yes, that was the plan.
And so you're going to have the music in the back of the yard, people in a tent. I don't understand.
The tent is open on the it'd be the east and west sides. It has walls along the sides, but it's a big pointed tent that continues right up to the front of the stage area. So you'd be able to view all of that from within the tent.
Okay.
Commissioner Midholt.
Yeah, I really empathize with what we've heard from the residents, and this really is not a new issue for us. I mean, we saw this with Black Rocks, and we saw this with the recent marketplace with Cognition parents. I remember multiple young families concerned about music and, a brewery in their backyard, literally in their backyard, same situation. And I think we came to a compromise. I thought it was wasn't it a 10 o'clock? Maybe Dave, you remember like a 10 o'clock, which it sounds like Superior Culture has already been doing the 10 o'clock outdoor service is done. Outdoor music is done. Anything outdoor would be done at 10. And I think we also talked about acoustical fencing in that scenario to try to mitigate the noise. But I think Mike Dunn, Commissioner Dunn said it well, like trying to balance the rights of the business community with the rights of the residents. And if we already have these precedents of allowing, I believe it's Cognition Brewery that's going to be in that marketplace, Black Rocks, then aren't we putting Superior Culture at a sort of economic disadvantage if we, have a different set of rules for this business owner as opposed to, potential competitors now that they're serving more than just kombucha? So I don't know. I'm kind of, like I said, really empathize with the neighbors, but at the same time, we already have kind of had this conversation with 2 other establishments. So
one of my questions for the applicant is, it was brought up that in your previous outdoor food and beverage service that you put forth, that it was stated that there would be fewer individuals out there than there actually were. There would be limited number of events. However, then it was shown that there was essentially events on every weekend from there. So I mean, kind of coming from what was originally told to the planning commission to kind of what actually came into being, I was just hoping you might be able to comment on that, kind of in us thinking about kind of moving this forward, just as it was pointed out. And I think, there's potentially some valid concern, on that portion, saying the right things, at that one time to help calm folks' nerves, and then having that be essentially music every weekend. Just give you opportunity to, talk about, that.
Yeah, well, I mean, the number one factor in all of that was COVID, and the last year changed everything that I ever knew as a business owner. It changed the entire way we operated. So we had to move outside, and there are all of these artists that were looking for an avenue to express themselves, all these people looking for socialization to happen with safe distance and outdoor practices. And that's kind of how that backyard came into being. And since then, we have had hundreds and hundreds of people coming through this area and enjoying themselves, enjoying the beverages, enjoying the music. And we're just kind of trying to keep that alive for them. And having this consistency with these events allows us to plan them further ahead and pay out these artists and give people something to predict, that can happen every weekend in this area.
Thank you. And then a question for staff. Just thinking about the local residents in the surrounding area, is there recourse, is there recourse that they can, come into, if, the conditions aren't met, or if they, move out of conditions of this, if this were to move forward?
Well, I do have one thing to note. The proposal is for a 6-foot high solid fence, but the Third Street corridor does allow it to be up to an 8-foot high for an approved commercial outdoor food and beverage service and for the outdoor entertainment and community events. So I just want to throw that out. The code allows for that. If there are conditions placed on an approval per se, and if they're not meeting the conditions, then there is something in the code where you could look at revoking that permit if it seems as if they're not meeting that.
Understood. Dave?
Yeah, so your discussion jumped around from Black Rocks to the Third Street Marketplace. I've looked at the last 3 cases for Black Rocks. Of course, they have the brewery over on Washington Street as well. I'm not finding, I'd have to go back even farther, but I'm pretty sure there's a 10 o'clock outdoor food and beverage service limitation, and that's what was set for the Third Street Marketplace. They were required to construct an 8-foot tall sound dampening wall. They were required to limit food and beverage outdoor service to 10 p.m. And then the mobile food operations had to be, separately approved. But the other thing I wanted to mention, just to dispel the kind of notion that that city staff or whatever didn't respond to the fact that there was a change in the way the business was conducted over the past couple of years. Largely, that's a product of the city commission adopting a resolution to support local businesses during the pandemic by allowing temporary outdoor seating arrangements for food and beverage service. And the noise part of this, after listening to all the testimony, I'm not sure why we didn't get any complaints, and I'm not speaking in favor or support of the applicant or anything, but we didn't get a complaint about anything related to this until this February. And that's when we contacted the applicant and notified them they were in violation of the code. And that brought upon this request to kind of modify the facility to be more responsive to that, continue to do that kind of thing. But you can place conditions on this. Of course, the police are going to continue to enforce a 10, or is it 11 p.m. Noise ordinance. But as Andrea said, you can, in the future, if there are, and you could potentially set a number of complaints that if it exceeds a number of noise complaints, you would hold a hearing and potentially revoke the special land use permit for outdoor entertainment.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we've ever done that for any other business.
That hasn't been done. No.
Okay.
Doesn't mean you can't do it.
Just thinking of being fair to the business here.
All right. So do we have any other additional discussion, on this matter, or any reaction to what Dave has stated here? I think, there's one thing that Andrea had brought up, about we did suggest an 8-foot fence for the other facility. That was there. I mean, there's if the commission is leaning towards making an amendment or making conditions, making it conditional, that there's an option. Otherwise, with Dave's potential of some number of particular complaints, and that would be just trigger a hearing to discuss those particular issues. That is another option. Commissioner Dunn.
Got a quick technical question for Andrea, but if we have a condition that indicates an 8-foot fence, is that measured from the grade of the subject property? Would it include the 4-foot? Would the 4-foot retaining wall be part of that 8 feet?
No, because it's not being placed on it's being placed, if I can show it to you on screen here. Can you see the site plan? So the fence is here. And this is where that retaining wall is, and that's where they're proposing you have an existing shed, and here's the stage within that retaining wall area. So the fence here is the height is from this location.
Okay.
So I would also just point out that there are potentially some unique characteristics, here of, the way the lot is set up, that, may set this, slightly apart from other locations, just given the number of properties that it is touching at that point in time. I don't know if that's worth a discussion or kind of anybody's thoughts, but just putting that out there. Commissioner Dunn.
So I'm trying to put together something just so the commission knows what I'm thinking, for whatever that's worth. I'm inclined to approve this with similar conditions to what we did for the market. I guess my only remaining reservation is the number of people. I mean, is there a cap on the capacity? Are we likely to see it? Because on the market, we were approving it for outdoor food and beverage, which this location already has. So this is beyond going to the outdoor entertainment and community events. I'm wondering about capacity. I'm wondering, it's the only limiting factor on capacity, I don't know, fire department codes or something like that. I'm wondering what we might be looking at as kind of a worst case scenario for a number of people.
I think that would go to you, Alex.
As far as I know, when it comes to outdoor capacity, I talked to the fire marshal last year, and it basically goes on seating room versus standing room. So it's, 15 square feet per person if it is seated area, or 7 square feet per person if it is standing room. And that's the only restriction that I know of, other than what might fall back into building code where it comes to bathrooms and occupancy. I'm not entirely positive on all that.
Have you done that math already, or should I get out my calculator here and see how many people that might be?
I only have the capacity for inside currently.
And what is that?
47.
Okay. And then with the outside, do you know if the outdoor area would be considered all standing, or is part of that seated and part of that standing as well?
As of right now, the seated area would be underneath the tent. And then I guess I'm not entirely positive on what would be considered. There are still the two parking spots and the driveway, so I think that would be excluded entirely. So it would be whatever's on the east side of the tent and whatever's on the west side of the tent that's not already some other structure. Kind of running in a straight line almost from the back of the building to the retaining wall.
Okay. Thank you.
For staff, does capacity, how is capacity factored into other outdoor entertainment venues? Is that just limited to the size, or we haven't made any decisions as far as, limiting capacity of outdoor areas, have we?
Well, when it comes to tents, the fire department will look at the tent capacity. And if it's in a zoning district that requires parking for uses, that's what we would look at, which we've done before, but this is zoning district, doesn't require parking for this use. So it'd be something that the fire department would look at for the tent. As far as the outdoor stuff, I can show it on screen here. What Alex was indicating was here, follow that line. So this area and this area may be the standing, and this would be the sitting area underneath the tent.
Commissioner Andrus.
Do we have any comments from the fire department? Sorry, I didn't see any in the correspondence.
Yeah, hold on one second.
Or did I just not see them because?
The fire department asked for more information on the proposed tent and its fabric type and structure. And then they provided that information, and then the fire department didn't have any issues with the tent information.
Okay.
So it's going to meet their requirements for a tent.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, any follow-up discussion? Commissioner Midveld.
I going back to Dave's idea about like a 3 or 4 or 5 strikes and then the permit gets revoked idea. I thought Commissioner Andre's comment about like, oh, this, might be unfair to others. I wonder, like, I'm trying to remember back to Black Rocks when they were getting started. We've never done this kind of like 3 strikes and you're out, or however many number of strikes. But was there, and I remember there being quite a bit of, residential neighbors' concern about that proposal. And then obviously the last one we looked at on the 3rd Street Marketplace. I don't know. I guess I'm just curious what other people think about like the potential of, I think I definitely would support the 8-foot fence, adding that as an additional condition of the permit. But I'm thinking about potentially like a 4th condition, because I'm looking at the list. There's already the 2 that the staff recommended. And then, if we added an 8-foot fence and then a 4th about, I don't know, how do others feel about that?
I think it's an interesting idea. It is, I guess, hard to determine what the level of strikes would be for that. I'll get to you just in a second, Wayne. I see you're up. Hold on just one second, Wayne. But I think it'll be hard to determine how many strikes those are, and not necessarily that the permit is revoked, but it essentially brings a hearing or a discussion on how you accommodate how you can approach that, or if it's gotten better or hasn't gotten better, and what is the redeeming factors there. So I don't know if it would go straight to some sort of revoking of the permit or not. It's an interesting idea. I'm not sure where I fully stand on it, but interesting to think about. Commissioner Primo.
Well, if you're gonna start, I mean, if you said, I don't know, say 50, or I could go get 50 complaints. I don't think that's a fair way to do it.
Sure.
Because it's, Black Rock's had plenty of complaints, but nobody paid any attention to them. There were complaints for blocks and blocks away. They just never paid any attention to it. I think it's a real unfair burden to say, I get 50 of my friends to make a call and then, you shut somebody down. That's not right.
Yep.
Yeah, it sounds like all you guys are for it. So I'm not gonna, but I think that'd be totally unfair.
Or for what, Wayne?
To put a number of complaints before they come in and have to come to a hearing or get.
I'm
shut
not
down.
for it.
Huh?
Oh, I think it's just up for discussion. It's just up for discussion. Dave.
Wayne made a really good point. That's something that's certainly subject to sabotage, for lack of a better term. But another option might be something that the city commission does every so often with projects, and I think they did it with the marijuana ordinances, is to require a follow-up in a certain amount of time to look at, for example, you could require a hearing in 1 year to review complaints that have been lodged to the police department for noise violations, or to staff in our department, and go from there.
Yep, understood. To the applicant, as far as, I think, we've asked others in the past, if there was an 8-foot, from the 6-foot to an 8-foot, fence requirement, is that something that you would consider as one of those options?
Yes, absolutely. And I guess I would propose perhaps that it would maybe just be on the south side or the west side, as I don't see really any opposition coming from the north side of the northwest side of the property. It basically butts up to a rental unit parking lot. I could do it if need be, but it is kind of following following that grade up towards the west side of the property.
And if that's something that we think might be appropriate, I don't know if we need to bring that up on the screen so we can take a look at that. Not to keep this going here, but. So this is where the new fence is projected here on these.
In the
two
red.
sides. In the red, yeah.
So this is the west side and the south side that he was referring to. And here the north side, so this north side was what was adjacent to the parking lot, you said?
Yes.
So this would be the west and south that he was referring to.
And leaving that that side there just up to the north side to be limited to the 6 foot.
Yeah, well, I mean, either that or, I mean, the far west side fence line is also at the highest point of the property. So I guess, I mean, depending on what everybody thinks there, I think definitely along that south side seems appropriate.
So I think, all right, well, thank you for that. I think Dave's suggestion, might make sense, just like a review, like similar that they did for the other facilities. Maybe that makes sense in this. I do think there are some unique characteristics to the location of this in comparison to some of the other sites that we have considered that may warrant at least just a revisitation after, some point in time. Again, if I'm overruled on that, that's perfectly fine. But I think that might make sense. Dave?
Yeah. I just wanted to add that one of the things that, this is maybe the third facility where there's going to be outdoor food and beverage on 3rd Street. And that's part of what I'm seeing is concern with the public comments is it's kind of a cumulative thing for some of the residents to be experiencing outdoor noise that they haven't been accustomed to. But one of the things Black Rocks did in the beginning at, after they started their food and beverage service and had their first kind of request to expand their facility is they said that they were policing themselves and they had some proof that they had been cracking down on, people that were getting rowdy and trying to keep it more neighborhood friendly. And so I think that really would support the notion that, having a review within a certain period would put the onus on the property, the applicant here to do the same thing, to really try to mitigate you're going to have that in any kind of situation where people are consuming alcohol. So it really becomes incumbent on them to crack down on bad actors. And I think that review period would help you feel more confident that you have some control in the future.
Commissioner Middlefeld.
Dave, are you thinking that like a 1 year and then come back and for review, is that something the planning commission would need to review, or could that be something that administratively could be reviewed? Or
but it would be good to review it at the planning commission level, just for the sake of having a public being able to come in and provide testimony and submit written correspondence once it's on your agenda. It can be scheduled as a business item to review. I think we'd have to talk about that, like details, but putting it on your agenda at a specific time would help, I think, with the public being able to contribute testimony.
okay. I think sorry.
Commissioner Dunn.
Sorry to kind of repeat myself, but I guess I still didn't really get any clear answer. I'm wondering if staff can tell me if there's any limit on the capacity for with the approval for outdoor entertainment?
I don't think there is, Commissioner Dunn.
Okay.
There's nothing I can think of that's baked into the codes or, other than the fire safety considerations. I don't think in our ordinances that there's anything in the outdoor area. And even for events, I was a board member of the Blues Society, helped plan the Blues Fest, and been involved with some other music events like that. And I don't know that there's in our city parks that there's any certain capacity limits that are set in by code anywhere. I really don't think. I think it comes down to the fire department considerations for life safety.
Okay, thank you. And I guess for the rest of the commission, I'm still thinking about some sort of condition to limit the number of occupants here. But I don't know, I don't want to like pick an arbitrary number, and I don't know enough about it. So I'm looking for input on that. But it just seems to me that based on the standards, the 54.1403, and one of the standards that we need to consider is the number 7 is the number of people, and then also on 54.1402 under E10 we're looking at nuisances, and those two things. It makes me think that we should limit this to some degree. I hate doing that to a business, because you want businesses to grow and do as much as they can, but at the same time, in fairness to the existing property owners, it just seems like there needs to be some sort of limit so that we don't have 300 people packed into a backyard listening to a rock concert. So I'm looking for input as far as whether that would be something you guys would be okay with, and also what number might make sense if you are okay with it.
I think that's partially a question to us and partially a question to Alex, as far as the numbers anticipated. Commissioner Dunn, is that correct? Is that partially a question to us, Commissioner Dunn, or is that more of a question directed at the applicant?
Both. I would love to hear what the applicant is thinking the numbers are going to be, but then I also want to hear from commissioners if they're okay with that suggestion and what the number makes sense to them.
Understood. And let's hold on to that just for 1 second. I think if Aaron wants to respond to your comment real quick, and then we'll ask.
I would be, if it'll move it along, I would love to revisit this in a year if we can do that. I'm not in favor of putting any number limit on it, but if that's something to move it forward, I'll be okay with that. If we can just move this forward, I think it's a good idea. I think it should be approved. Yeah, those are my thoughts.
All right, and Commissioner Middlefeld?
Yeah, the space, I went back and I was checking it out in preparation of this meeting, and it's not a very huge space. And I think in the past we've had things that defaulted to fire code. So maybe we could add something like occupancy will comply with fire code, whatever. But I'm kind of with the Commissioner Andres. I don't think beyond that, it's not a huge space. I can't imagine 300 people fitting back there, but
Andrea.
I would echo Sarah's comments, because I'm thinking that's the only way we could be able to force it, if it would have to meet the fire safety codes. I don't think we can just assign an occupancy number unless there's some kind of code, some kind of requirement. So if that's where you want to go with the condition, I think it would have to be a condition that as long as what's being proposed would meet the fire department's required codes, I think, and it doesn't violate their occupancy requirements or something, if there are any for outdoor, outside of the tent.
Commissioner Dunn, before we talk to the applicants, if we have to even go to that, I mean, does that satisfy you?
Yeah, yeah, if that's what the commission wants to do, it doesn't sound like folks want to have a cap on it, and that's fine. I would still like to hear from the applicant, just to have it on record of what they think their crowd capacity would be.
Wayne had a question as well.
Oh, all right. Let's have Wayne, and then we'll come back to you, Alex.
The only thing I can think of that would limit the capacity outdoors, most areas, you got huge areas that you could get out of in case there is a fire or something. Exit. In this case, you've got a limited amount of exit space, unless you want to jump over the 8-foot fence. So I don't know of any other thing that limits capacity, but that could be one.
And would the applicant like to kind of think about what capacity of that area might be?
Yeah, so last year, due to COVID restrictions, we actually did enact a 50-person capacity, and that was on the entire premises, which then makes it really hard to control with the way that we built our wraparound deck in 2019. But we had multiple people. There were like 3 of us there every night of the weekend, and we were doing everything we possibly could to using baseball number counters to make sure we were meeting those capacity restrictions for that time. So there were definitely times where we would be hitting that 50-person capacity on a Friday night, say. I can't really imagine it's going to go much over 100, but I guess it does make it very difficult to control unless you're putting fencing and gates and having people at all points of exits on an outdoor space that kind of has multiple. And we will actually be having somebody running the backyard, as well as somebody running the inside, and somebody kind of going between and watching the front door. But yeah, I guess I don't know. I would imagine it would be right around there on a busy night. Maybe there's 100 people there, but it's hard for me to put an exact number on it because we are in this growth phase. And I guess, yeah, I haven't seen it go beyond 50 really at this point.
Thank you. And I think you can appreciate, we're taking this time because, we're certainly trying to balance the interests of, all parties, you as well as the residents around, and trying to figure out, how we can mitigate this. And I think you're trying to take steps to mitigate some of the issues that have been brought up. But then also just to make sure that the onus is put on you to help, police your own facility and patrons that live there, and hopefully, help to remove bad actors, from that situation. So I think, it's just one of these situations. And to Dave's point, there is a cumulative, in my mind, there is a little bit of a cumulative situation going on as well with, other facilities that have outdoor events, and you have competing music on similar days, depending on that. That coupled with your slightly unique location, to my mind anyway, in comparison to some of the others, do I think warrant some of this further discussion that we're taking here today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jill, would you like to say something to that?
Yeah, just to maybe follow up with what Alex said with respect to the occupancy, and based on what we had discussed with, the projection of the rear of the house to the tent to the stage, just a crude sketch. And, outdoor spaces, obviously this can be interpreted a few different ways, and we would certainly defer to, the expertise of the fire department and what they would want to see. But just looking at the numbers, Alex's number of 100 is pretty close to what the prescribed occupancy would be. The area under the tent being 640 square feet, 15 square feet per person, that's 42 people. And then in front and behind that, that's going to be about 57 people potentially between the tent and the stage, and then maybe about another 20 behind the stage. So that's going to get us to about 125 maximum, just space-wise, of course, that can be limited further. But then looking at International Building Code regulations for egress width per occupant, it's typically 0.3 inches per occupant of exiting width that you would need. And that's, it's under 4 feet for that type of a space. And, there's porosity on the site, but there's also the driveway that goes to 3rd Street and then around the other side of the house. So there's kind of 2 ways around the house to get to the street, and both of those ways have enough width that it would more than satisfy the requirements from just a really basic, quick back of the napkin kind of egress conception.
Right. Thank you for that. Mike, does that, Commissioner Dunn, does that help?
Yes, that's great. Thank you. Go ahead.
Commissioner Middlefeld?
I think I'm ready to make a motion unless there's more discussion.
Yes, I think the only thing that, before, let's just, I don't know, because I think Mike was working on crafting, something as well. If we want to think about, do we just want to discuss, I think 8 foot, some of the conditions that you might put on it just real quick, unless, just to make sure Mike doesn't have any competing, thoughts on that.
Sure. So yeah, I had
Go ahead.
8-foot fence. I think on all sides, everywhere that the new fence is proposed, maybe just keeps it consistent for aesthetics and everything. Just a 8-foot fence for the new fence. A 1-year review period in which all public records, the police department, and complaints to the zoning office will be brought to the planning commission, and we'll kind of review after 1 year. And then the other one being the capacity will meet fire code requirements. And that would be in addition to the 2 that staff recommends amended plan to meet staff comments, and the bike racks as well. So those were the 5 things I had. Mike or
Mike, do those line up with you?
Almost verbatim. However, I have one more just to be consistent with the marketplace, and that was a 10 p.m. cutoff point, which would be good to put in there.
And I think that is in their application.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sounds good, Mike. Go for it. If you want to make the motion, Commissioner Dunn.
All right.
So if you'd like to make a motion that let's go to Dave before we make a motion.
Yeah, just one little tweak on this to suggest is that instead of saying a year, how about you consider saying in July of 2022, that would narrow it down to 1 of 2 meetings, and all the public that are still listening and that are going to follow up on this meeting would know this is going to occur in July of 2022, 1 of the 2 meetings. So we're a little more specific and accountable to the public.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds good.
And so, yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for that, Dave. And then again, to the applicant, again, we're really trying to balance, what you're looking for here, to move forward with the project, but also trying to, in good faith, think that some of these will mitigate some of those issues, potentially mitigate some of those issues that are there. But, I still encourage you to be a good neighbor and respond to, issues that are around there with a kind of meaningful consideration, to their lives and their backyards and, their quiet enjoyment of. So if there's other ways that they can be worked out, I always encourage you to do that there as well, even if that means that, some Saturday nights there's not music. So there is something to happen there, but that's, for consideration of how, you are a good community member on that. So with that, I would accept a motion from Mike or Commissioner Dunn or Commissioner Middlefeld, whoever's going to take that.
Okay. So I'd like to move. Of course. Right when I go to do it, it disappears.
You want me to put it on the screen?
Yes, please. So after review of the site plan dated May 4th, 2021, the staff report analysis for 04 SUP 0621 and 05 SPR 0621, the Planning Commission finds that the request meets the intent of the requirements of the Land Development Code, sections 54.635, section 54.636, and 54.1402, and 54.1403, and hereby approve 04 SUP 0621 and 05 SPR 0621 with the following conditions. Staff number one, that the amended plan is submitted to meet staff comments. Number two, that the bike racks are added to the property to meet code. Number three, that the applicant constructs an 8-foot tall fence with sound dampening materials along the south and west border of the property in the backyard. Number four, that operations outdoors will stop at 10 p.m. Number five, that the applicant will return to the Planning Commission for review in July of 2022. And number six, that the capacity be limited to any fire and safety codes that currently exist.
Discussion. Did we mention around all the sides, or are we just doing the partial as the original motion was?
I'm sorry, Aaron, I didn't understand.
I think Sarah wanted it around the whole property, correct?
Around
No.
all sides of the new fence.
All sides, not just. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I just thought for consistency all the way around, but the applicant said that they preferred only on the south and west side, so.
So
I
we're
guess
good
there's
with
no complaints on the north side, but I just thought for
Okay.
consistency, it would be, but I'm fine with what Commissioner Dunn proposed.
Okay.
One final thing, Commissioner Dunn, and I apologize if we're kind of wobbling here as far as protocol, but returning to the Planning Commission in July 2020 for a review, I think we need to add for a review of potential issues. Or something along those lines.
Right, maybe complaints to police department, complaints made to the zoning department, you know.
I am fine either way with the, yeah, we're kind of getting in the weeds here. Can I withdraw my motion? Is that something that we can do, or is that not part of the procedure?
Technically, you're still making the motion because it has not been seconded, so you could
Okay,
make a fix now.
okay, so I would like to amend the motion, specifically condition number 3 regarding the fence to include all sides of the backyard. And then condition number 5, I'm not sure what I missed there, but return to
It
planning.
was adding specificity to why they're returning to the Planning Commission.
Okay, returning to the Planning Commission for review of any complaints received or any police complaints that have been received in the prior year. And that return or that review would occur in July of 2022.
Fairly long and drawn out there. I don't know, Dave, if you were able to kind of get that. But let's see if we've got a second. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion made by Commissioner Dunn. We've got a second by Commissioner Andrus. We will move to a vote. We'll just do a roll call vote. So Commissioner Andrus.
Yes.
Commissioner Primo.
Yeah.
Commissioner Middlefeld.
Yes.
Commissioner Dunn.
Yes.
I guess, and I vote yes. It passes.
Probably should have let Sarah do that one.
So thank you for staying with us. But again, just echoing that it's a process that is very wants to understand how the community is correct, and we hope that we're acting in good faith to kind of review some of these situations that are there, and the coming back to us, I think, is an important piece to help just show the importance of why we have this motion here before us and the community surrounding it. So
Yes,
thank you.
absolutely. Thank you.
All right, I think that closes out that case, and we have one more public hearing for the night. So if we can bring Chair Cardillo back in.
I'm bringing her back in.
Commissioners, I'd like to suggest that if you've been going for almost 3 hours and this next case could easily be another hour, if anybody would need a break at this point, you might consider just a 5-minute recess.
Am I back? I'm back in charge. Am I? Sorry. Yeah, why don't we do that? Do you guys want a 5-minute recess?
Can we make it 10?
Yes, we can. What do you guys? Was that a joke, Aaron, or do you need to?
No, I need to use the restroom and it's
Okay,
gonna take me more.
we make it till you come back, Aaron.
All right.
All right, we'll be back.
Okay.
Oh, do we need to vote on that?
Yeah.
Is that
Oh, we need to, okay. So somebody make a motion to do that, please.
I'll make a motion for a 10-minute recess.
Second.
Okay, we have Commissioner Larson and Commissioner Middlefeld second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Potty break.
Yeah. Just curious, are we all set for tomorrow now? I know I am. I think I got another fucking hour of meeting. Okay, does he know that? So we can use all the help that Northern we can get. A lot of shit. You know, that guy keeps calling me from the base about that building at the base. That's that 30 by, I think it's 24 by 30 garage.
Wayne, you might want to mute yourself. You don't want everybody to hear your phone call.
Well, I'm thinking that I really need the place. I'm just thinking of doing it. $20, $25 a square foot. Well, we don't have time. We can use it. I'm here, Billy. I'm metal away. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Well, there should be almost a little outside door. But it's all the head doors and everything. Nope, it's a ballpark figure. It might not go for another year or two. Is see a hand door in there? Mm-hmm. $150 a square foot, I don't care. So just figure out what it is with the doors on it. You got electrical and plumbing and everything in here. This one has nothing. Yeah, I think if you better all this done, we're not gonna come up with a figure for them. I apologize. I don't want it. I decided I can't give you a price. No, I call them the spring. So. I have no idea. Sure, you can't find anybody. So. Let's just forget it. Let's just forget it.
Okay, well, we're waiting for Sarah and Wayne. And then we shall resume. Oh, wait, I lost my agenda. Here it is.
Is there a process to reconvening or do we just start?
I think we can just start.
You have to vote to reconvene.
We have to vote to, okay, so we'll wait another minute for Sarah and then we can reconvene. Okay, it's 9:05. Can we resume without Sarah? I'm sure she'll be back. Or do we need all 5 of us since?
No, you just need an
I'm here.
affirmative vote.
Oh, Sarah's back. Okay.
Make a motion to reconvene.
Can we get a second?
Support.
Commissioner Larson with Commissioner Andres supporting. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed? The meeting is resumed. Moving on to the third item, 03 REZ 0621 1651 South Front Street.
The planning commission is being asked to make a recommendation to the city commission regarding a request to rezone the property located at 1651 South Front Street, which is zoned currently general commercial with conditional rezoning, GCCR, to be zoned general commercial GC. Attached in the agenda was the staff report, which I will show on screen. This first one shows the items that were struck out both by what was proposed by the applicant and what was approved by the city commission. And the proposed zoning of GC, which shows the permitted principal uses and the special land uses. And we included the case information for the previous rezoning request. And in the attachments were the rezoning application. And their attachments, the area map, the parcel is outlined in blue. The block map, the parcel is outlined in blue. Oops, I don't know why it. The existing zoning map, the parcel is outlined in blue here. The excerpt of the community master plan with the future land use map, showing the area of requested rezoning. In that future map, it was proposed to be mixed use. And the proposed zoning map, again, it's called out, and the mixed use was the proposed. Photos of the site. The public notice in the mining journal, the planning commission meeting minutes, of the previous request and the excerpt of the city commission meeting minutes. Rezoning considerations for planning commissions, spot zoning considerations. And attached in the agenda was correspondence that was received prior to the agenda being posted. We did receive additional correspondence. Dear Miss Landers and the Planning Commission, I am the owner of a single-family residence located at 104 Furnace Street in the city of Marquette. I purchased this property in 1965 and is currently occupied by my daughter and her family. My property is located in the medium-density residential zoning district. The south boundary of my parcel abuts the north boundary of the parcel that is subject to a rezoning request from general commercial with conditional rezoning to general commercial. I am once again corresponding to oppose the rezoning of the 1651 South Front Street parcel for several reasons. The Zoning Enabling Act authorizes a property owner to voluntarily propose conditions for use of a specific parcel in exchange for rezoning of the land or an amendment to a zoning map. The intent of this statute is self-evident, and it is to afford some protection to adjoining property owners from drastic or extreme uses that would otherwise be allowed under a zoning change in the absence of any conditions. Here it is my general understanding that the landowner proposed to eliminate certain types of uses that would have been clearly incompatible with this parcel. Those conditions should not be removed. In fact, if the landowner is no longer willing to comply with the conditions that resulted in the rezoning in the first instance, the remedy is to revoke the conditional rezoning and return the property to its original zoning district, which I understand was mixed use. I have spoken with the property owner and developer who indicates that he hopes to establish a marijuana consumption facility. Patrons would be permitted to consume marijuana on site. This is a considerably higher use intensity than even marijuana retail sales and is arguably the equivalent of a bar or a tavern. When the landowner originally proposed conditions, a bar was one of the uses that were precluded under the limited conditions presented. In any event, rezoning from GCCR to general commercial will expand the potential for more invasive use of the property immediately adjacent to residential parcels. The standards to be considered in approving or denying this rezoning request weigh against moving this request forward. For example, the capability of the street system to safely and efficiently accommodate the expected traffic generated appears problematic. The site distances, especially when making a left turn into or out of the property, are marginal at best, especially in the winter. Its single driveway is located on a hill, and a vehicle must cross multiple lanes of traffic to exit to the south or enter from the north. Traffic speeds through this area, especially during rush hour, almost always exceeds the posted speed limit. This will be compounded by the fact that drivers leaving the premises will just have ingested marijuana, thereby impacting their reaction times and driving skills. Potential land uses and impacts must also be considered under the City of Marquette Land Development Code. If the conditions are withdrawn, even more intense uses than those eliminated by the conditions now in effect would potentially be permitted. Assuming, however, for sake of argument, that the owners are being forthright in their intent to establish a marijuana consumption facility. This type of operation would also arguably attract a significant bicycle and pedestrian traffic. Other parcels in the GC district are served by sidewalks and or bicycle paths. The sidewalks end and there is no readily available safe pedestrian or bicycle access to this property. Additionally, by its very nature, a consumption establishment will generate considerable smoke and odor. While air filtration systems can reduce the negative odors, it is doubtful that they can be completely eliminated. These factors are critical in determining the effects upon the neighboring families attempting to enjoy a meal at their picnic table in their backyards or upon children playing in sandboxes. The relationship to surrounding zoning districts is a separate factor to be considered, but at least in this case, overlaps with evaluation of potential land uses and impacts. This parcel appears to be approximately 2/3 of an acre. The building structure is located close to the northern boundary of the property. There's little or no effective means to place an additional buffer area between this parcel and the adjoining residential properties. Fencing and heavy vegetation can provide a visual barrier, but will be ineffective to prevent migration of unwelcome odors. The adjoining residential parcels will also likely be impacted by extended business hours. Again, the nature of the business will likely draw customers at all hours of the night, similar to a bar or tavern, with closing hours well past midnight once COVID restrictions are lifted. This will necessarily result in added noise and extended hours of outdoor lighting that would not normally be necessary for a small office building, political office, or even most family restaurants. The relevant factors weight against advancing this rezoning request. The proposed new use, as well as other uses that would become permissible, greatly exceed any prior use of this property when it was included within the mixed use zone and would be further expanded if changed from GCCR to GC. It is doubtful that satisfactory conditions could be implemented even under a special use permit if the rezoning request is granted. In summary, as an adjoining landowner, I strenuously oppose this application for rezoning. Jerome LaRue and Pete LaRue. Dave?
Is that all of our correspondence?
Nope, Dave and I are switching on and off, so
Sorry, I started talking but didn't unmute myself. Never ends. I have a letter from Amelia and Weston Ceramic of 1 Marquette Drive. Dear Planning Commission, we are writing regarding the request to rezone the property at 1651 South Front Street. It is our understanding that the building is to be used for consumption of marijuana. We are concerned that the location of the building in regards to the traffic pattern with an impaired driver and the legality of driving under the influence of a controlled substance. This building is located south of downtown on a stretch of highway without a sidewalk. Coming from the south, there is a curve on a downhill with a speed limit of 50 miles an hour, where we frequently observe cars traveling in excess of the speed limit. The entrance exit to the property is poor visibility to the south. Without safe access for pedestrians to walk to the location, we are concerned that the only way to access the building will be to drive. MCL 333.27954.1A does not authorize operating, navigating, or being in a physical control of a motor under the influence of marijuana. MCL 257.651 states that a person shall not operate a vehicle while intoxicated, which means any person under the influence of a controlled substance or any other intoxicating substance. And according to MCL 257.658, this includes any amount of a controlled substance listed in section 1 under section 7212 of the Public Health Code, which includes THC. According to a study by Dr. Marilyn Hustis and Rebecca Hartman, published in March 2013 in Clinical Chemistry, titled Cannabis Effects on Driving Skills, recent smoking and or blood THC concentrations 2 to 5 ng over milliliters are associated with substantial driving impairment. Within 30 minutes after smoking, THC concentrations drop 80% in the blood to a level of 15 to 16 ng over milliliters, and after 90 minutes drop to 2 to 3 ng per milliliter, which is a concentration still associated with significant impairment. Skills necessary for safe driving include reaction times, divided attention tasks, lane positioning variability, and critical tracking tests have been shown that to be impaired after the use of THC. This includes impairment even to those who regularly use cannabis. Other effects of marijuana include sedation and disorientation. How would the owner propose to ensure the customers are not leaving under the influence of marijuana? Furthermore, we are not aware of any specific guidance or testing capabilities for police to enforce or regulate driving under the influence of marijuana. How does the Marquette City Police plan to protect our citizens and enforce a zero tolerance law? Lastly, on a personal note, we have 2 young boys and our property backs up to this building. Shiras Hill is across the street, and numerous children and adolescents, and there are other homes with young grandchildren abutting 1651 South Front Street. There was a study published in the Journal of Health Communication by Washington State University on October 8th, 2020, showing that retail locations within a 5-mile radius of one's home and regular exposure to marijuana advertisements on storefronts and billboards increase the intentions to use marijuana. As you know, we already have Rise Up in our area, as well as another marijuana retailer coming in across Genesee Street. We feel we have a responsibility to limit exposure of marijuana use on adolescents. We thank you for your time and attention to our concerns. Sincerely, Amelia and Weston Ceramic.
okay, so on screen is correspondence we received that Colleen Pasco withdrew the correspondence that was already attached in the agenda. And then she also submitted correspondence, which I'll read, but which includes this visual of traffic congestion, and I'll read now the correspondence. On 5/25/2021, I was approached at my property, 102 East Furnace Street, by Mr. Doyle and asked to sign a statement agreeing with the rezoning of the property at 1651 South Front Street. I felt intimidated and signed the agreement. I called Mr. Doyle the next day and informed him I had spoke with my 92-year-old father, who also resides at and is partial owner of our property at 102 East Furnace Street. I informed Mr. Doyle that my father is against the proposal, therefore I was withdrawing my consent, hence the first image that I showed you. Mr. Doyle stopped at my residence again and had me sign another form withdrawing my consent, saying he had already mailed in my prior consent and that he would mail in my withdrawal. The residence has been in our family for approximately 70 years. We have several concerns with any business being located at 1651 South Front Street. There are 10 driveways and street crossings on a very busy highway with limited sight for entering and leaving in this approximately 3-block area. There have been several accidents in this area over the years, including a family member being rear-ended when pulling into my property. Foot traffic through our yard and the loss of privacy is the norm when this property is open for business. Several neighbors have medical issues which would be a direct detriment to their health, my father and I included. I ask that you please consider my concerns, and I ask that you could also consider, would you want this business next door to your family? Thank you, James Fitzpatrick and Colleen Pasco. And I don't have any more correspondence. Did you, Dave?
Yes, I have a couple more items. First, from Linda Byers Blacksmith of 2810 Granite Point Drive, Marquette. Dear Ms. Landers, it's come to my attention that there is a request coming before your commission to have cannabis consumption at a proposed business. I'm writing to ask the zoning request that I am writing to ask that the zoning request that would make that possible be denied. My reasoning is quite simple. There is no way currently to measure for marijuana intoxication while driving, and it would be very likely people would be driving to and from the business on Front Street. Until there's an effective way to measure impaired driving for marijuana as there is for alcohol, there should be no public consumption allowed in our community. Please forward my email to any others and do not hesitate to contact me for further clarity. Sincerely, Linda Byers Blacksmith. Yeah, I actually have two more, one short, one a little bit longer. From Carrie Roy. My name's Carrie Roy and I reside at 104 East Furnace Street, Marquette. I have resided here with my family for the past 26 years. Recently, I received notification that the property located directly behind me is requesting to be rezoned. This property is currently zoned general commercial with conditional rezoning and wants to be zoned general commercial. The reason for the rezoning appears to be so the property can be afforded all rights and privileges of a marijuana retailer, marijuana grower, Class A, Class B, C, and excess, marijuana processor, light manufacturing, marijuana microbusiness, and a marijuana designated consumption establishment. As I stated last year during the original hearing, I'm opposed to this rezoning for a number of reasons. Most importantly, I'm concerned at how this type of rezoning and business would affect the health and well-being of the individuals surrounding it. Being within 300 feet of this location, my major concerns are air quality, traffic issues, and pedestrian trespassing. My family and I enjoy spending time in our yard and having our windows open. The neighbors on each side of my home currently have health conditions that affect breathing. I'm unsure how this type of business would affect my neighbors, my family, and myself from a health standpoint. Previously, this property was a restaurant and a market. When the restaurant was open, we did have increased foot traffic. In some instances, as individuals use the residential properties to access the business. With a busy marijuana manufacturing / consumption business, we may see a lot more foot traffic. With this area not having a sidewalk along the highway, trespassing could become an issue. Is this the same letter you read previously, Andrea? It certainly sounds like the same. Carrie Roy? Maybe it's different. Anyway, I'll continue. It seems obvious that the automotive traffic would also increase if the proposed business were to go into this location. Over the years, we've witnessed several accidents in the South Front Street, Shires Hills area. With an increase of vehicles pulling in and out, limited visibility, and the possibility of driving under the influence, there's rezoning and type of business seems to be a legitimate concern. With other businesses located in this vicinity, at times traffic can get quite busy, especially in the turning lane. There are many large vehicles and semis that pass through this area daily. These vehicles often turn into the businesses on West Front Street and both East and West Hampton Street. I was wondering if there's been a traffic study to see how an increase in traffic would affect the businesses and homes there already. With the business in question being a place of consumption, driver safety seems like a big concern. Below is what the Secretary of State has published in their pamphlet, What Every Driver Should Know. Marijuana is gaining acceptance as having legitimate medicinal applications and as a recreational drug, as evidenced by trends in the state laws permitting its use. Although marijuana may be legal for medicinal or recreational use in some states, it still is not legal, safe, or wise to operate a motor vehicle while impaired by marijuana, since it tends to distort your perception of time, space, and speed. I strongly feel that there are more suitable locations for this type of business. The individuals who I've spoken with, whether for or against this type of business, all agreed on one fact. None of them would want this in their backyard either. I ask that you please consider the valid concerns of those residing in this area. Thank you for your time, Carrie Roy. And finally, one more item of correspondence from Shirley Mickelson of 106 East Furnace Street. I am strongly opposed to the sale and consumption of drugs in my neighborhood. The building and parking lot is directly adjacent to my backyard as well as two of my neighbors' backyards. This is definitely not the appropriate location for this business. There are already two dispensaries just down the highway. There's absolutely no need for a third similar business in our neighborhood. Surely there's an alternative business that would be better, that would better serve our small neighborhood. Sincerely, Shirley Mickelson, 106 Furnace. And Andrea, you don't have any other items from staff, or do you?
Nope, I'm done.
Okay, so I'm going to add from the staff perspective that a lot of these letters were indicating that the decision tonight is about a marijuana business, and I want to clarify that that is not the case. The decision tonight is about rezoning the property to general commercial, which would allow for every use stated in the land development code for general commercial, and open the door to all the special land uses listed under general commercial. If the rezoning were successful, the property owner or applicant with property owner's permission could come forward with a special land use permit to seek to have a cannabis consumption facility at the location. That's a whole different process that would require another public hearing with the Planning Commission. But again, that would only happen if the City Commission ultimately decides in favor of this rezoning request by the applicant. Now, regarding rezoning in your application packet or in your packet for this case, I pointed out, or we in staff included, that there are two main issues that you have to consider regarding this rezoning request. One, and I just want to point this out because these are the key factors for the Planning Commission to go over. The community master plan recommendations for the parcel. So I just want to review that. The community master plan contains a future land use map, which is adopted, and the zoning for parcels in the city follows from the recommendations for land use made in the community master plan. In 2015, the community master plan was largely revised by the Planning Commission, and it included this parcel as a mixed use parcel. And at the time, there was a form-based code district in South Marquette that butted up to this parcel. And I can share my screen here. I will show you that map real quick. Let me move the map just a second. So let me go there. Okay. Okay, the parcel is, can you see my cursor over that
Yes.
parcel? Of course, I can't see any of
Yes.
that for
Yeah,
whatever
we
reason.
Yeah, we can see your cursor.
Okay, and then above it, there's this hatched area. And the inset to the right of that shows you what that inside of that inset, there were several sub-districts. And the one that butted up directly to this 1651 South Front Street parcel was the Gateway Corridor Mixed Use District, which allowed for basically like North Third Street or downtown, a variety of commercial and residential uses that could be blended. And so actually that's the zoning map from 2015. The
So
land use map basically had all of South Marquette as one kind of mixed use district, but the zoning map refined that into these various uses. That whole sub-district was done away with when the city adopted the land development code in 2019. And so the land use map that is current is the one that is in your packet. So that has been the land use map since, and the zoning map that are in there. Those are the maps that have been updated with completely new zoning for these parcels in South Marquette that are adjacent to this.
Dave,
thought
can
it
I
was-
just, Dave, I'm sorry. While you have this up, I just want to make sure I understand what I'm looking at. So this is what it was before the zoning map was changed to reflect the community master plan or the future land use plan? This was
Right,
what it actually was before.
In 2015, this was the first time that this parcel had been designated as mixed use. And that's why I
In
wanted,
2015.
yeah, that's why I wanted to come back to this because,
Okay.
you know, the Planning Commission went through a very deliberative process from around 2012 to 2015 in looking at all these parcels in the city and trying to determine the best fit for these various parcels. And obviously South Marquette was looked at very intentionally because by 2019, the Planning Commission and City Commission both agreed that the South Marquette Form-Based Code District really wasn't working. It had been in place for over 10 years, but a lot of that was replaced with other mixed use parcels. So I just wanted to point that out. This parcel has stayed mixed use through that whole time. So I am going to stop sharing my screen and go back to the fact that the two things you have to consider is that the community master plan recommends a zoning for this, a land use that's appropriate and a zoning that's appropriate. Of course, now those have been modified through the conditional rezoning that was approved. But the community master plan has recommendations in there for whenever the planning commission is being asked to rezone a parcel of land, that they consider several factors which are stated in section 54, 1405. Section 54, 1405 has several standards for determining if the zoning map amendments should be amended. If the zoning map should be amended, either through a request or through another update to either the text of the zoning ordinance or the map for whatever reason. So there's those standards in there to consider. And the biggest ones really, I mean, there are a variety, but have the conditions changed so that the master plan either should be updated or there were some shortcomings that resulted in maybe a new zoning district being appropriate. And then the potential land uses and impacts of that alternative or requested proposed new zoning district. Impacts and the change of conditions are kind of the two things that stick out to me as the ones the Planning Commission sort of has a little bit of a chore to wrestle with. And the other thing then is the spot zoning conditions that are stated in your packet. It lists 4 conditions, their criteria, and for a spot zone to exist, you have to find that all 4 of those criteria are met. So I would suggest you discuss those criteria one at a time and make a determination if any of them are met. And so that is that's the main thing I wanted to point out.
Okay, Andrea, you haven't even started yet, right?
Did you want me to bring the applicants in? Or
Okay, so we've gone through the whole application, right?
Yep, and we read the correspondence that we received after the agenda was posted.
Okay, and then Dave gave us his input. So yes, now would be the time to bring in our applicant, please.
Okay, I'm bringing in Dax Richer. I don't know if there are 3 other people in the waiting room. I don't know if one is also a part of this as an applicant. So we'll have to ask Dax.
Okay.
Dax, are you the only one as an applicant? Or is there anyone else I need to pull from the waiting room?
I think he's still connecting to audio.
If there are 3 other people in the waiting room, I don't know if one is also a part of this.
Dax, can you mute your YouTube, please?
Yes.
Dax, are you the only one as an applicant?
I think Scott Yanda wants to come in and give the introduction.
All right, I will admit him. And that's it, right?
Yep. I think I muted my YouTube.
Yeah, it sounds better.
Okay. Go ahead, Scott. I think you're up.
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Danda. Can you please give us your name and address?
Sure. My name is Scott Dianda. My address is 25607 Wedge Street in Calumet, Michigan. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the rest of the commissioners, city staff. We appreciate everything you do. I just wanted to say that I represent Agrodamod, which is 710 Woods, and we are working with the landowner, which would be Terry Doyle, in the application. And we just want to let folks know that this is a local business that will be operated as a franchise with a local owner that will employ people locally, full-time positions. And I'm going to let the rest of our team that are going to introduce themselves tonight. And we just wanted to let you know that the planned use for the property will be cannabis sales with on-site consumption lounges. And we want to make sure that we go through and make sure that everything is done according to all the city specifications, whether it's the site preparations with the hours of operation. This was originally a business that we all remember as the Pizza Hut that ran for many decades in that area, that piece of Marquette. So with that, I'm going to ask our team to introduce ourselves with Dax.
I'm here. Dax Richer, 333 West Washington Street, Marquette, Michigan. We're the architects and we're representing Terry Doyle, the current owner, and also hopefully the future owners in getting their interests for the cannabis retail and consumption side of things. I just want to thank everybody for being here so late and for revisiting this. It's been like 1 year. You've talked about it. Some of you were on the commission last year. So thanks for listening to it again. You know, a lot has happened in 1 year. Last year at this time when you were revisiting this, you were dealing with COVID and then also cannabis in Michigan as being a new thing. And both of those things, you know, we've had a year to deal with them. On the cannabis side of things, we've had like super successful projects. There's a lot of them that have opened up in Marquette. They've brought employment, they've brought taxation, renovation of buildings. And I think they've also brought a sense that they're really not impacting in a negative way to the community. I mean, we haven't seen anything. We work with a multiple entities in the cannabis industry, and we haven't seen anything negative yet. There's a lot to say, so I'm trying to talk quickly. Marquette has seen a lot of cannabis retail shops. We have a site that we feel is appropriate for a consumption lounge. It is currently a liquor consumption lounge and a restaurant consumption lounge. So it kind of fits in that same use. We don't feel like cannabis is any more harmful, if not less harmful, than liquor bars. And so we want to answer any questions about that. I'm going to dive into the site. So you're all familiar with the old Pizza Hut site, Terry Doyle's site. It's been there for decades. The entire north side of the site is buffered by a building. The proposed building, which, you know, we don't need to get into, but am I still there? Okay. All right, am I still there? Yeah, okay.
Oh,
So-
our recording stopped. We need to hold on here.
Okay.
Please. And Madam Chair, a point of
Yeah.
order. This isn't a special land use case. This is a rezoning hearing.
Right.
Right, so we need to contain the statements basically to the global idea of rezoning this property, not to the specific use that you intend to use for this property. For us here,
Okay.
we're deciding whether turning this into general commercial and any use that could be under the canopy of general commercial would be appropriate. So if you want to put your argument or your conversation towards that, that would be more helpful
Okay.
for us and for you.
Well, so in terms of general use in comparison to other properties, our property is 2 to 4 times larger than some of the other general uses. It does have the natural buffers. It is on a US 41 highway, which is a strong argument for general commercial use versus being on a 2-lane downtown road. I feel it's fair that we should be able to bring up some issues because you read the letters of the negative issues. I think there were equally a number of positive support letters that weren't read. Our site is going to be quieter than US 41. It has state regulated control of odors. The US 41 doesn't have that. Bars don't have that. We have 3 residents in the 300-foot proximity range. If you look at some of the other comparable properties. There are 23 residents next to one, 8 residents next to another, 14 next to another that would have the same approved general commercial use. So in terms of size and residential proximity, odors and noise, we can prove our site has less impact than other properties.
Okay. Do you have anything else you want to add?
I think that's it. I'm here to answer any other
Yeah,
questions. I'm trying to limit myself, but we've got parking. I think some of the comments had to do with traffic, and obviously we're on US 41 and the site has been there for, like we had mentioned, decades. So I think we disagree with a little bit on the traffic issues. I don't think you could get a better size road to handle any other traffic that would be caused from the development of this site. And again, it would be similar to a bar and restaurant, which is the current use.
Okay. All right, well, if you guys want to stay in and stay on mute, if we have questions, we will ask them of you.
Okay.
At this point, we've already got the correspondence, so do we have any public testimony? Is Andrea still here?
Yeah, so there's 2 people in the waiting room.
Okay.
One. Douglas Hamborski.
Okay. Mr. Hamborski, are you there?
I am.
Hi, if you could state your name and address for the record, and if you could confine your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Hold on, let me try to kill the YouTube.
Oh, yes, please do that.
Okay. Is that better?
Yep.
Okay. So you brought me in to make some comments?
Yes, this is regarding the rezoning case.
Yes, right. I've been watching on YouTube. So I'm with the Agronomod 710 Woods group. We're excited to be in Marquette. It is conditioned upon us acquiring this land that will suit the uses that we see. So while we understand that's not what this hearing is, we also have to emphasize that if the use we need doesn't occur, then we're not sure how to go forward. A couple of just the key support items that I think we wanted to reinforce is that our understanding of your local ordinances with regard to the use that we're seeking, that all these other properties do not have the one restriction that this property currently has. And so all we're asking for is to sort of eliminate that spot zoning that occurred last year for reasons that we didn't understand until just recently. We just want sort of what everyone else has. Also, we need to emphasize that our again, it's like Dax was saying, it's hard to speak to future which is not before us. But when we were before this body, Planning Commission, a year ago, the rezoning that was the conditional rezoning that was granted then did only have one restriction, and without looking at the minutes, but I believe it was just that for like high volume manufacturing of product, but the consumption and retail uses for the business were not restricted at the planning commission recommended level. The restriction came at the city commission in step 2 of the rezoning process. So we're literally just asking to enjoy what was granted to us 1 year ago by the planning commission. The site wouldn't warrant large scale production, so that restriction is not of concern to us. But all the other listed uses in your zoning for this district, we would want to enjoy and be able to use. And as Dax mentioned, we do have significant items to clarify some of the negative comments that were read by some of the residential people in the community. If as the city attorney said, all those issues will be reviewed and restated as part of a special land use presentation at a future date, then we're fine addressing those at a future date. But if any
That is correct.
commissioners
They would
have any
be,
questions tonight, we'd be glad to address any of those. But the bottom line is we just want, number one, what we had last year from the planning commission as far as an approval for everything except for that one use restriction. And number two, that we be allowed the zoning that all other properties similar to what we're needing to operate on presently have.
okay. Thank you. If you want to also stay in the meeting on mute, if we have any questions, we will let you know.
I would like to do that. Thank you.
Okay. Andrea, do we have anybody else in waiting?
Yeah, so now there's an additional new person and another person. So I'll admit one, it says iPhone 2. I don't have a name for it.
Okay. Hello, iPhone 2. Wait, they're connecting. Let's give them a second. It seems like iPhone 2 is not connecting. I don't know.
Yeah, if
We want to
Doug
move on.
Yaborski again, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm assuming iPhone 2 might be Terry Doyle, who has a deeper years or decades long history with this property. Oh, that's not who the.
Oh, here he is. Mr. Doyle? He's still trying to connect.
Yeah, I think it's important for the commission to hear from Mr. Doyle.
Mr. Doyle? Can you hear me, Mr. Doyle? Mr. Doyle? Mr. Doyle, if your audio is on mute, you should unmute it. You're on mute, Mr. Doyle. Can you figure out how to unmute it?
Yeah, the mute
Okay.
symbol isn't visible though.
Yeah.
Good old technology.
Well, Andrea, did you say we had one other person or is
Now I
that
have an
okay?
additional person again. So
I
let
don't-
me admit,
Yeah, let's try the other person and maybe we can come back to Mr. Doyle.
I'm admitting Sarah Kabenzi.
Maybe we can put the phone number in the chat box there so you could call in potentially.
All right, I wasn't admitting Sarah Kabenzi and she disconnected. Okay, so the other person in the waiting room is the Bernie Hitter. I don't know if they're just remaining there or if they wanted to speak for this case, so I'm gonna admit them and we can verify.
Okay.
Bernie, are you there? Okay, so my guess is they just didn't close out.
Okay. Yeah, because weren't they here for a previous?
Yep, all right.
Mr. Doyle?
Sarah's now is back, so let me try to.
Okay. Hi, is this Representative Cambenzi?
It is.
Hi. Hi, so you're here to speak on the rezoning case?
I am not here to speak on it, but I am here to just kind of follow it.
Oh, okay. Then we'll have Andrea put you back in the waiting room and you can follow from there if you don't wish to speak to it.
You would follow it on YouTube.
Okay.
When you're in the Zoom, that's for when you want to speak.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, that's it. No more.
Okay, and we lost Mr. Doyle?
Yep, I'm not seeing him.
Okay. All right, so that gets us through our public testimony.
Yeah,
Then,
I think Dax might have been able to get him.
okay,
I think Dax wanted to.
Dax, do you want to? You're on mute.
Can I put him on through speaker?
I think that would be okay, as long as it doesn't cause any reverb.
Okay. We can try Terry to speak.
Yeah, I'm sorry, folks. The only thing I can say is we've owned this thing since 2003. We bought it from Pizza Hut. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we are.
Okay. We bought it from Pizza
Mr.
Hut.
Doyle, just can you, for the record, state name and address, just so we have it for the record?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Terry Doyle, 1001 Alois Road, Marquette, Michigan.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. We purchased this restaurant in 2003 from the Pizza Hut Incorporated. We ran it for 10 years as the Union Grill, and then we transferred the lease agreement over to the Steinhaus Market. They ran it for 2 more years. We had no traffic issues that I can recall. It's been a commercial spot since 1987. Our latest tax bill reflected the code of 201, which is commercial improved property. So all I can say is, this deserves this attention. We need to get this done. I mean, it'd be a great sale. It would be a great development for this area. I mean, the people don't understand that it's how it's going to improve that whole area, that whole property. That's probably about all I've got to say, but it is a great property and it's a very secure property. In fact, the DOT, when they redid 41 South, they put in a little turn lane for us. So it's much safer than it was in the past. And like I said, I do not recall any accidents in the 12 years that it was operating. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle. Okay, so I think that concludes our public testimony, which is actually mostly just the applicant testimony, I believe. So at this point, we'll go into commission discussion if anybody wants to make a motion to suspend the rules. Commissioner Larson?
Make a motion to suspend the rules.
We have a second. Commissioner Middlefelt with the second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. We'll start with you, Commissioner Larson.
Sure. So I guess, my initial thoughts is that, we started on when we rezoned this, a year ago with the conditional rezoning. We did go through this, and then the city commission had the second part. So we just make a recommendation to the city commission on whether or not to move forward with, the rezoning. We use the conditional rezoning vehicle, and the city commission went ahead and put additional conditions, for that land use, on that property. So when we're thinking about, adding, turning this into rezoning, we've got to look at, the plan that we had that the city had in place, originally kind of going back to a situation in 2012 to 2015, where it looked forward at changing over to mixed use property. And as that came to be with the land development code, we indeed moved into that mixed use category. And so when it came before us to kind of revert into a conditional rezone general commercial, taking that into consideration, we went ahead and, made some of those recommendations and to say what is right for that piece of property. And so when we're looking at rezoning it back to conditional or to general commercial, we also have to think about, that future that's beyond the facility that you are putting in. And so whether that is that potentially that property could be a gas station, that property could be a medical facility, that property could be, some sort of hotel or housing. It could be anything that is on that particular list of items there. And so we have to think about whether those items are appropriate beyond the use that you're currently looking at. And so the commission seems to have agreed that, this place for, drive-through is not appropriate, gasoline service station is not appropriate, hotel or motel is not appropriate, either as open storage or wholesale trade establishments, along with a number of these other special land uses. And so I'm trying to get my head around that, so if this wasn't this particular consumption facility that, we're talking about, would any of these other items be appropriate for that facility and for that neighborhood? Because if we allow it to go back into general commercial, we're essentially saying that any of these land uses are allowed to be at that facility. If this potential business decides not to work 5 years from now, sells, and then at that point in time, somebody could potentially put in a gasoline service station, right there as well. And so that's what I'm that's what I'm struggling with, right here, with that general piece we did. It does look like there's been quite a bit of latitude that, has been given, but those are just my initial thoughts and kind of framing for my fellow commissioners of where I'm kind of thinking about it at right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Larson. Commissioner Middlefelt, do you want to jump in?
Sure. Yeah, I've been kind of trying to wrestle with the idea of, is this spot zoning, and of course, one of the criteria of spot zoning is, forces us to ask ourselves, is this consistent with what's in the master plan and the future land use plan, which had this area in 2015, the master plan had this area designated as a mixed use. And so now it's kind of morphed from that. It's not mixed use, but I do recall when we were getting into the weeds of what a mixed use, what would fall into the mixed use when we were writing the land development code. I think we clearly were erring on the side of mixed use is sort of primarily potentially residential with commercial also, and trying to prioritize like the integration into residential areas. And we decided no marijuana consumption establishments in mixed use areas. So again, I'm trying to answer this question of, is it a spot zone? And I don't think it is, because I think when we did the conditional rezoning, it was, both us and I think the city commission also agreed that marijuana consumption establishment would not be appropriate land use for this particular area. And that's how we got to where we did with this conversation last year. So I'm kind of scratching my head like,
well, Sarah, one thing, and Dave, I think it's an interesting thing to point out, but I guess the one thing I want to kind of clarify for everybody from the get-go, and Dave, if I'm wrong, correct me, but the reason we were able to go ahead with the conditional rezoning for general commercial last year was because that's not subject to spot zoning criteria. But what they're asking for tonight, which is to be taken fully into general commercial, is now subject to our scrutiny as a spot zoning. Is that correct, Dave?
Yeah, see, that's correct. So I would suggest you look at those 4 criteria one by one and decide as a group on them one at a time, probably be the most efficient way to get through that part of the decision making.
Does that sort of explain why that's that is on the table tonight, but we really didn't have to think about it when we did it last year? Commissioner Andres.
I just wanted to say, I hate to jump off here, but I think my staff is getting ready to leave and I need to prepare for them to leave. So I hate to jump off, but I have to because of other previous engagements. I hope that doesn't cause conflict.
Okay, is there anything you want to share before you jump off?
I think it should say mixed use, but it should go back to mixed use, but that's just me.
Okay. Thanks, Aaron. Have a good night. It's been a long one.
Good night, Aaron.
Okay. Who else have we got? Commissioner Dunn? Well, I'm going to sort of let everybody kind of give their first thoughts, and then maybe we can go through some of these sort of more itemized things like, is it spot rezoning or is it, what else we got? Some of the items that Dave had mentioned from that list. So Mike, why don't you just give us your initial thoughts and then we can kind of go through systematically.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely want to go through the spot zoning for the 4 criteria for spot zoning. I think that makes a lot of sense. But my thought is that we're sort of pushing the needle further and further every time we look at this property. When the original zoning was put in place, it appears to me that, and when you go back and look at the deliberations there, it looks like it was made mixed use rather than medium density residential, simply because it was an existing restaurant and they didn't want to impede the owner who was operating a restaurant there. So they made it mixed use to allow for that use. So, which, you know, makes sense, but that's what resulted in an anomaly when you're looking at the zoning map, where you've got residential on 3 sides, actually 4 sides. If you go across the street to the PUD, that's residential as well. You know, that's why that mixed use zone may have looked a little bit out of place. And so I've heard the term spot zoning thrown out there a couple of times in regard to the existing zoning in the previous zoning of mixed use. And I don't think that that's appropriate, because that mixed use zone is actually less restrictive than the surrounding properties around this parcel. So anyway, at that point, it was made mixed use. Then later on, we did the conditional rezoning and made it a little bit further. And now at this point, to me, it is way beyond what all of the adjacent properties are. The only general commercial is sort of off the corner of this property across the street, which is the bank, which is not really a high intensity use and it's not incompatible with residential properties. So I'm definitely leaning towards this not being general commercial. It just doesn't make sense to me to have a zone map that goes from medium density residential to low density residential and then has the general commercial thrown in.
Thank you, Commissioner Dunn. And I also want to sort of to your point, Commissioner Dunn, you know, I think one of the things that we find with mixed use is that, you know, its intention was always to be an acceptable commercial application to be inserted within residential to sort of provide, you know, like that was always the idea that like an island of mixed use is preferable to an island, say, of general commercial. And it was there to sort of solve these trickier problems, sites.
Absolutely. I agree 100%. It makes me, the thing I'm questioning right now is our last action on this property. But you know, that's for a different time.
Okay. Commissioner Primo, do you want to make any comments before we sort of start to go through our item by item checklist? You're on mute, Wayne. You're on mute.
Nope, I think we have to go through these
Okay,
rezoning considerations and
all right, let's start with the spot zoning. Let me get to that.
starting backwards.
Dave, or is Andrea there? Are you able to pull that up just so everybody can see it?
Yes, hold on. Oh, Dave's got it.
So are we looking at where it says rezoning factors to consider? No. What is,
So in order to qualify as a spot zone, the property will meet each of the 4 characteristics, and it shows small in size,
okay.
inconsistent uses.
Okay, so the first one is small in size, a relatively small parcel with respect to the sizes of the parcels in the vicinity. So just looking at it on the zoning map. All right, where is it? So it's obviously bigger than the small residential sites, but it's sort of equal or smaller to the other sites adjacent to it. Do you guys kind of agree with that? What are your thoughts on, is it small and?
I think it is small, but I mean, to me, the big one that jumps out is the contrary to the master plan. You know, I mean,
right.
Not to skip ahead, but it has to meet all of these, right?
Yes,
be
if there's one that it fails at, then it fails the whole thing, correct?
Right. And that's what I keep going back to the master plan and what the future land use map. So anyway, I didn't mean to speak out of turn, but to me, that's why it's, yeah.
So I think, yeah, I mean, to me, you know, another thing it says here, if the property was large enough to accommodate buffers or transition areas, landscaping or open space could be used to soften the impact. You know, I would argue that maybe on some sides it could, but given the location of the building adjacent to the border, you know, that does make it challenging. And again, if we're talking about some of these other uses that I think Commissioner Larson pointed out at the beginning, it would be quite challenging. So small in size, where do you guys fall? I kind of want to just get get everybody talking about this and move through it.
Well, as I read this, it seems like, okay, we don't want to do spot zoning, right?
Right.
And in order for this property to qualify as, in order for this action to qualify as spot zoning, it needs to meet all 4 of these, or only one of them?
All 4.
All 4.
That's what I thought too. Is it the way I read that? It needs to meet all of those characteristics to be considered spot zoning.
Right. You're correct.
Yep. So, and then in regard to the small property, I do think it's small compared to the properties on 3 sides there. That's
okay.
You know,
but large enough to have a buffer. I mean, you could argue that you have an open space there in the parking lot, you know, so on this one. So.
Wayne, what do you think?
Well, when I read these, I don't think it's spot zoning.
You don't think
the other businesses around there? I mean, they're the same type of business that just go down a block. You've got 2 of them in the marijuana business. I do not believe it's spot zoning, not based on what I'm reading.
Yeah, I think the one I get hung up on is inconsistent use, inconsistent with the uses already established or allowed in the vicinity. And so understanding what the vicinity is, if it's immediately adjacent, yes. However, if vicinity is kind of moved into, the kitty corner where you do have a general commercial kind of across the street and down, I think that, it would potentially fail this inconsistent use and therefore not be a spot zoning to consider, in my mind.
So wait, so where do you land? You think?
I do not think that, to continue to consider this, I don't think it would be spot zoning to consider it.
Don't think it would be. Okay.
I do not think it would be spot zoning because I think it potentially does not meet the inconsistent use to, meet spot zone. So therefore allowing us to consider the rezoning, to consider it. There's other factors to consider, but I don't think it meets the spot zoning test. So I think therefore it's not spot zoning. That's what I think.
Okay. What about Commissioner Middlefelt? How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I don't think it's spot zoning, but I also, I don't think necessarily the proposed plans do meet the master plan goals of the mixed use designation that was in the master plan for that area. But I think the spot zoning is kind of not an issue.
Okay.
If that's,
Commissioner Dunn, are you?
Yeah,
where are you at?
I think it does qualify as spot zoning. If we were to make this general commercial, I believe it would be spot zoning. I believe it satisfies all four of those criteria. The one that I guess is most subjective in my mind is the size. But I don't. You look at the uses that are allowed in general commercial. It just. You're surrounded again. Look at the zoning map. You're surrounded on all sides by residential, and the only commercial is that little corner. It seems obvious to me that the intent of the citizens in the master plan process intended to have this as lower intensity as they move toward the edges of the city, and as you're heading south there. It's everything is getting less intense uses, and this just so happens to be kind of close to the edge there. I look at it and I think, okay, what if that square or trapezoid was red and it's completely surrounded by yellow on three sides and then a residential PUD on the other across the street? It appears to me to be spot zoning. And again, back to those criteria, I'm satisfied that it meets all four of them. And the only one that I'm questioning is the size. Also, since I'm at it, I may as well get it all out here and then I can be done. When we did the conditional rezoning, the whole purpose of that was to avoid the possibility of spot zoning. That's why we did it the way we did it. And the city commission thought that it needed to be slightly more restrictive than what we had, and I support their decision. I don't think any changes need to be made here.
Okay. Commissioner Primo, you already indicated you don't think it's spot zoning, correct?
I don't believe it is, and if you go back to that map, on the corner of Furnace Street, it shows yellow residential, but I believe that's where there was a gas station and it's now the Sign Now place. Or am I wrong on that? Right on the corner of Furnace and US 41, or whatever you want to call it, Front Street.
On the same side of the street or the other side of the street?
The sign business is this commercial property that's directly to the north, the general commercial on the corner of Hampton.
Hampton, okay. And then behind it, there's
There are vacant lots owned by the BLP.
Oh, isn't there a bar back there or a brew pub or something now and
That's
and a repair station?
Yeah, that's right on the corner, that mixed use parcel on the other side of Mite Street, on the east side of Mite Street.
Okay, well, I still don't think it's spot zoning. Period. And size, I don't see what, there's some pretty tiny parcels and,
Okay. I mean, I'll be honest, I kind of think it is pretty close to being spot zone. I think it's small in size. I mean, that's pretty subjective. I think when, you know, as much as it's had sort of commercial and restaurant uses, that's, you know, that's not including all the other sort of general commercial uses that go along with it. And so, you know, it's just, I have a hard time when I look at the sort of idea of the red in a sea of yellow, that it's not inconsistent. And contrary to the master plan, that one's very clear to me. As far as the special benefit, that one's a kind of a hard one to pinpoint, but Commissioner Larson?
So, you know, as far as spot zoning goes, I agree. I don't think it is spot zoning. And so, I mean, ultimately, we just want to try to avoid spot zoning so we don't end up in a legal, in a legal issue, or that it can be challenged. And so even if there's disagreement, amongst the commission here, like us, whether it's spot zoning or not, I mean, I think we can still consider, other factors, as far as if it meets, those other conditions, for zoning or remaining the same, or, moving forward.
Okay. Commissioner Middlefelt, did you have something else you wanted to say?
I was just gonna say, to me, the one thing that jumps out of those criteria is just really our fundamental goal here is deciding whether or not rezoning or other things are consistent with the master plan. And that's kind of what we're trying to decide. And I don't think it is. And I'm ready to make a motion unless we need more discussion, to see where people are falling out, but maybe we need to discuss it more. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we wanted to make sure we discuss sort of the impacts. So I guess I'm just going to go back to that, the bit, Dave, that Dave had sort of brought out in the email, which was the 54.1405 standards for determining a zoning map amendment, which starts with the master plan. Is this consistent with the goals, policies, and recommendations of the master plan? So, Commissioner Middlefelt.
Yeah, I don't think it is, because in the master plan, that's a mixed use area, and many long conversations about what mixed use was, then we've kind of touched on here. It prioritizes or kind of like emphasizes residential, right, with the integrated commercial uses. And, we talked about like neighborhood grocery, or, something that would be like kind of low intensity type commercial development, much less intense than like what's allowed in the general commercial. So I think it's not consistent with the community master plan. And I think maybe I'm getting the sense others on the commission agree with that as well.
Yeah, I mean, one of my issues is, when we think about, when we did the conditional rezoning, the bars and restaurants were taken out, which I kind of thought was strange at the time, but that was what the applicant wanted. And I'm not opposed to putting them back in, but especially as it relates to sort of bars and obviously all these other things, I do think those should be special land uses so that, the community, like, because it is in the middle of a residential area, I think that it would be appropriate if somebody wants to put a bar there, that they would have to go through the SLU so that neighbors within a 300 residential neighbors, which we know are within a 300-foot radius, would have the opportunity to at least address the planning commission, and conditions could potentially be put on it, as we've seen in many other cases that we've dealt with where we have commercial in the middle of residential. So one of like my real hangups is the fact that sort of bars essentially would not have to be a special land use if it's general commercial.
But isn't it, if we keep it as is, then that's been excluded, so that,
Yeah, which is, I mean, I don't, and it would be one thing if they had come back to us with an amendment, maybe to their conditional rezoning. Then we could have just looked at specific, and I don't know if that's even possible. You know, if they had come to, was that a thing they could have even done, Dave, is say like, we want to amend our conditional rezoning?
Yeah, I think that was probably an option. I mean, that's
It
not
was
where we're at now.
That was not an option.
It
Well-
doesn't really matter. This is where.
It doesn't matter, but yeah, so as far as I'm concerned, it's, you know, obviously we're looking at all of these other things in addition to, you know, whatever the, perhaps the intended use is. And I just think moving it to general commercial, you know, in addition to adding all these higher intensity uses, really takes the sort of public hearing out of so many of these special land uses that would happen if it were mixed use. Commissioner Bruno?
right, but I don't think, we're not deciding if it's mixed use, right? We're just saying whether or not it's rezoned as general commercial, which I don't.
No,
right?
yeah,
That's all we-
well, so what I'm saying is it was mixed use, right? And then, which required, which was the intent of the master plan, which meant that for it to get, for a bar to go there, it would have to have an SLU. We then moved it into this very, you know, specific general commercial conditional rezoning, which took out all the bars and restaurants, like they're not allowed even as a special land use, I believe. So it was sort of a non-issue, like, but it was the owner's choice to do that. Correct, was my understanding. And so now they're asking to be put into general commercial, which would add all those uses that they had taken out in their effort to get the sort of marijuana retail in as of right uses, and they wouldn't have, they wouldn't be special land use permits. So that for me is like just a real sticking point, that I think that if you're going to have a general commercial plopped in the middle of a residential, you should at least have that public hearing capacity. Am I making, does that make any sense? Wayne?
It makes sense, but I don't think we have to.
I'm just curious, when we talk about the master plan and meeting this and meeting that. Well, 40, 45 years ago, somebody allowed that Pizza Hut to go in there. And it's been used in that type of use for a long time. So I don't understand what gives us the right to come up and say, yeah, I've had that for all these years, but we decided it's not right. It just doesn't make sense to me. I don't see it as a problem. I'd say we just go ahead, rezone it, or give them the, you know, the use they're asking for. Give Mr. Doyle, who's been a long time resident of Marquette, businessman, a chance to sell his property. And anyway, we had no problem with the neighbors on the other two issues that came up tonight. We basically said, tucks to them. So they, you know, we should really have said, look, we'll come and sit in your backyard. And if it's too loud, and it's not comfortable, I mean, I don't know. I just think we should go right along and rezone it the way they want it. I don't see anything wrong with it. I get really disgusted with taking people's rights away, really is what we're doing. I don't see where, and the same thing with the traffic and all that. I don't know, what's the difference if you're coming out of bought your marijuana down the street and you're hiring a kite and you come on out in the road, there's no difference. I think we should just go ahead, and I didn't see anything in the packet that said, you know, we gotta stop this, save the world. I know.
Okay, Dave?
I just want to point out that Commissioner Primo was on the Planning Commission in 2015 when you adopted that mixed-use zoning district for the property.
Yeah.
That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean,
I
the,
don't get it.
Are we allowed to talk?
I'm responsible for that?
well, let's kind of continue on with our discussion, and we'll, if we have questions, we'll ask you. 'Cause we need to get this moving along.
Yeah, it's late. Oh,
Wayne, per Commissioner Primo, do you want to make a motion, Wayne? And we can take a vote and just move this forward?
I can do that. I'll make a motion after conducting a public hearing and review of application and staff reports for 03REZ0621. The Planning Commission finds the proposal rezoning is consistent with the community master plan and meets the requirements of the Land Development Code, section 54-1405, and hereby recommends the City of Commission approves 03REZ06-21 as presented for the following reasons, with the following conditions, no conditions. The reason for it is it's been there for a long time. It's not spot zoning. And it was already rezoned once, and all they're asking for is a little upgrade. So I don't have the numbers and stuff in front of me for that.
Do we have a second? Commissioner Middlefelt, Commissioner Larson, and Commissioner Dunn nobody wants to second this. So therefore the motion fails, can't be carried forward. So does anybody else want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. After conducting a public hearing and review of the application and staff report for 03-REZ-06-21, the Planning Commission finds that the proposed rezoning is not consistent with the community master plan and does not meet the requirements of the Land Development Code, section 54.1405, and hereby recommends the City Commission deny 03-REZ-0621 as presented.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Dunn is our second. So I'll go through and do a roll call vote. Commissioner Primo?
No.
Commissioner Middlefelt?
Yep.
Commissioner Larson?
Yes.
Commissioner Dunn?
Yes.
And I vote yes. So the motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. Sorry. Have a good night.
This will be placed on the City Commission's agenda. It looks like it'll probably be the first their first meeting in July, which is the second Monday of July for the public hearing.
All right, thanks. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Okay. So it's 10:30. So we basically don't have anything else. There's nobody wishing to address the agenda. There's no old business, new business, no citizens wishing to address the commission, correspondence or reports.
They're in the waiting room. There is a cell phone number.
All right, let's bring them in.
All right.
Okay. Hello?
10:30. So we basically
How are you?
don't have anything else. There's nobody wishing to address the agenda. There's no old business, new business. No citizens wishing to address
Whoever's on the phone, can you please mute your YouTube?
Okay, I will.
They're in the waiting room. There is
But I guess it's too late for me to talk, huh?
Oh, yeah, is this Mr. Doyle? Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes. Yeah, it's so sad. They're passing up a great development for that neighborhood. Those houses are ramshackled, and you didn't even read the positive letters I had written, and that was
They were in the
that was a
agenda
majority.
packet. Terry, they were in the agenda packet. We only read
Well, why
correspondence
did- you
that's
read all
submitted
the
after.
negative ones. Why didn't you read the positive ones?
They only read items that come in after the agenda is posted.
Oh, well, that's another tricky thing you guys have. Look at you reverse spot zone me. I'm talking to, you're gonna get, you reverse spot zoned. We were in general commercial in 2018 and then we were kicked out. We were a little spot and we were reverse spot zoned. So look for that coming forward. Believe me, you just screwed up a $1.5 million deal, which would have been great for that whole area, just because of Pete LaRue. And he championed everyone around him in his neighborhood.
All right, Mr. Doyle, thank you.
I don't
I'm
even know who Pete LaRue
Yeah.
is.
Yeah. I'm sorry, we did try to look at this from a very overview kind of look and not from the specific use, so.
You reverse spot zone me. I'm telling you, you did that. You took that one little zoned area out of the context for not moral or ethical reasons, in the benefit for the community, and you reverse spot zone me. In 2018,
Doyle.
it was
Mr.
general
Doyle.
business.
Mr. Doyle, I'm sorry, but we already made the decision and it's going to be in front of the city commission here shortly.
And what will that afford me then? They can reverse what you guys have done?
I mean, they have a
Yes.
vote on it. Ours is a recommendation, so
Okay, all right.
just like
Andrea.
they made
Yeah, all right.
amendments to the recommendation we made last time, they can have their own opinions on this.
Okay, yeah. Because in the beginning, you approved all of this for me. And then now you're just approved. Well, the mistake they made, they went back after general business, I think.
That's possible. But like Mr. Dunn said, we've already addressed it. This is,
Okay.
I'm
okay.
sorry that you weren't able to come in when the time was appropriate.
I know. I'm not really good at the Zoom crap. All right.
Have a good
It's been a
evening.
long night for y'all.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Yeah, good night. Bye-bye.
Okay. So that's everything, right, Andrea?
Correct.
So with that, do we have any commission and staff comments? Dave, do you want us to start?
I didn't really have anything other than some good news for you. I don't want to talk about anything else. You don't have a meeting on the second Tuesday of the month or third Tuesday of the month. There's no business, so
We earned it tonight.
yeah,
You guys earned it.
thank you.
Wayne?
Well, I guess the only thing I'll say is I get really confused sometimes, but that's just me. I'm not quite up to par. I've just seen some horrible things done. But we've made mistakes before and the court reversed it. That's it.
Okay. Commissioner Dunn? I think you're on mute. No. You're good. Okay, Commissioner Larson?
Long night, but I do think that, we try to stand by, some of the planning principles, that we've gone through in looking at these cases and what's allowed and not allowed. But, two of these cases are going to go to the city commission and, they certainly have an opportunity to, restate their case, and the city commission can certainly, make their own decision, potentially overrule us, as far as that goes. But I think long night, but I think we did okay.
Commissioner Middlefelt?
Yeah, tough night. I wanted to tell you all excitement I had. I went to a Michigan Planning Association preparing for climate change conference, but now I'm too exhausted to tell you about how excited I was. So I'll tell you about it later. But I just heard Dennis Decker was talked about how Marquette is like a great leader in finding climate solutions. So that was kind of cool to see
Cool.
Marquette highlighted at this statewide planning conference. But anyway, yeah, good work today, everybody, even though I'm sure we're all pretty tired.
Yeah, guys, great work. It was a long meeting. I don't really have much else to say. Andrea, do you want to add anything?
Got nothing.
Nothing. Okay. Then with that, I adjourn this meeting. Everybody go to bed.